Welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Show aka Digital Litter, as we are sometimes now called. Thanks very much for joining us. Hope you guys enjoy the digital litter indeed. Make sure not to litter too much on your way into the door. Here, I'm going to mute myself. Go for it, Dave.
Whoa, that was pretty crazy. What's going on, everybody? The show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You got to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to leave. Cheers.
Echo, 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 echo. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Looks like I had the chat open from last show. Looks like Christoph was hanging, Dongbot, Southern BT, J5, all those folks were hanging. Anyway, Big John, first in the chat. Good for you, buddy. I think it's maybe first time you were first in the chat. That's not true. I think you've been first before, but long time no see, and congratulations on being first in the chat, buddy. Uh, it's not a big award that we can give you. It's not like the Nobel Prize. We can't give you $1 million or some shit, but at least we could be just, at least you won something. A lot of times people will be like, oh, I fucking never win anything. Well, you just did. You just fucking won something. Anyway, do you get a prize? You get our hearty thanks. That's what you get. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Good to see you. He's already given us the green light in the chat. Good to see you. Evol024 is in the chat already. Welcome. Maybe the first time, Big John's saying, well, congratulations, buddy. Hopefully the first of many. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you're first or not, you guys are all welcome. People are like, "Oh shit, well, I should leave now." No, you guys are all welcome. You guys are more than welcome to hang out in the chat. More than welcome to say hello, of course, in the chat and come goof off. We like to think it's a pretty friendly chat. So, folks, if you are lurkers, non-lurkers, as D and I sometimes say, please do feel free to say hello, honestly, in the chat. That's really the only way that we get to know each other. We can't get to know if you don't say hello, right? I mean, honestly, it'd be nice if we practice telepathy, right? But oh shit, maybe we do. You never know. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, if you say hello and just kind of, uh, be friendly in the chat. You don't have to say shit if you don't want to. You can tell us about your grow. You don't have to tell us anything about your grow. A lot of people in the chat, I basically don't know if they even grow. Some of the people in the chat, they're telling us all the time about all the different cuts they have, test nugs. Every single show, he tells, "Oh, I just got this, I just got that." So, folks, feel free to talk about what you've been growing. Speaking of test nugs, I'd love to hear more of his interpretations of some of those cuts, or even show them, honestly. Speaking of not only the chat, folks, you are more than welcome to join the panel. I've been saying I'm moving to a new house, but not right now, as you can see, but basically in the last few days, I've been moving all my shit over there. So in the near future, I'm going to set up my studio over there and my garden and stuff like that. So it's going to take a little bit, but I'm hopefully going to get it set up over there before long. And I do have some ideas to kind of start revamping the my YouTube. I guess I can't even say the channel because I'm not sure it's going to be on this channel, but my YouTube experience, I guess we'll say that. Until then, we have this really freewheeling, community-focused show, or again, digital litter, as some of the trolls like to call it. But basically, the point is it's an open forum, essentially, for folks to hop in. I used to say it was kind of like a cannabis bar that basically you would, a virtual cannabis bar or pub that you'd hop by and, you'd get to catch up with your favorite grower friends. Honestly, it still is that. We just got a lot of trolls through here, and it really soured my kind of vibe on how I thought of things. But fuck, we do honestly. I have to remind myself we do actually have quite a few really cool people that, if not even regulars, we have quite a few cool regulars, but we have people intermittently pass through that are often super fun people too. So, anyway, something I have to remember myself, and folks, please do take advantage. We would love to see some fresh faces. By the way, welcome to a couple of regulars. But we would love to see some fresh faces. We would love to see some faces we haven't seen for a while, just like in the chat, folks that we haven't seen for a while. We would love to see some of you folks hop on here and shoot the shit. You don't really have to feel pressured. Oh my God, I got to perform. No, it's not like that. Hop on, show off your garden if you'd like to. We'd love to see your garden. Your garden doesn't even remotely have to be perfect. We're not going to make fun of it. If you'd like some advice, I mean, that's basically what we kind of love to do. We end up kind of picking people's gardens apart accidentally. It's not like we mean anything by it, but whenever you invite a grower friend, he's going to notice stuff about your garden, or she, of course, will notice stuff about your garden that you didn't notice. And if you're good friends, they'll actually tell you. So anyway, that's I think what we always 10 when we see people's gardens. We're like, oh, have you thought about, have you thought about, have you thought about? Anyway, there's no way that you've thought of everything that you could possibly do in your garden. There's nobody. Not, I don't care if it's Miami mango. There's nobody that has thought of every single possible thing in their fucking garden. Okay, maybe him, but even still, probably not him. Ladies and gentlemen, there's always something to work on, or even just bounce ideas off of. Even if you don't change anything, at least maybe you understand something a little bit better by showing it off. A million different reasons to show off your garden, a million different reasons to show off what you're working on, or just ask some questions. Folks, we'd love to hear from you. So, folks, please. We don't pin the link anymore, as we did once upon a time. These days, basically, I just ask that you ask for a link. Basically, if you'd like to hop on the show, just ask nicely in the chat. You don't really have to say anything other than, "Hey, could I get a link?" Don't have to beg, borrow, or steal. Nothing like that. Just literally, "Hey, whoever's the moderator at the time, just tag them if possible, so they see you, D, for example, or Love for the Plant, or somebody. Blue names, basically, they can pin the link. Just say, hey, could I get the link for the panel? And we'd be happy to
I
provide
mean,
it.
hey,
Yeah, exactly. D will be happy
who
to do it.
are these people?
Speaking of which, who are these people, D? What's going on, buddy?
I mean, hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on in chat? Nothing but my Jerry Seinfeld impression. Hope everyone's having a great night. I'm smoking on. I forget again. What else is new? It's freezing as fucking here. I'm on my main floor right now. I'm freezing. I got turn the heat up in a minute. Um, Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for tuning in to the pre-show on my channel. D Zombie underscore 743, I believe it is. Cheers.
745, I think it is.
745, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not in front of my laptop right now. Go for smash.
What's going on, Smash? He might not be connected yet.
It's back over to chat here.
Connected or something. Ladies and geraniums, like I said, please do hop on here. We'd love to hear from you and shoot the bull. Don't forget, Smash says he's getting set up. Cheers, Cranmore. Good to see you, buddy. Fuck was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about my place, but I can't remember now. Well, anyway, I was just kind of walking around my place, and I was finding there's some dead branches on some trees. So of course I'm going to think about pruning those off. But I was noticing some, fungus, basically some mushroom.
Hey!
Little tiny chicken in the woods, I think, was on one of the trees. So if I give that 6 months or so, D, are you raising your hand or what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm trying to swap my cat off my
Oh,
fridge. Little
Eh,
shit now trying to go in my cupboard. It's one
oh,
cupboard
that's
and
funny.
then up there. I gotta get one of those child safety latch things and put it on that
Yeah,
one too.
exactly. That's it.
Back to you, Fumi.
Spray the counters with, oh no, for dogs it's bitter apple. What is it with cats? I can't remember. Uh, One time in the middle of the night, we found my old Cocker Spaniel at the time standing on the kitchen countertop. How he got on there, we have absolutely no idea to this day, because he was a 16-year-old dog at the time. 25-pound dog soaking wet, like I just literally no way that he could get on the kitchen countertop, except for where there's a will, there's a way. And sure enough, I think we had, what do we have on the counter? We had some leftovers on the counter that we left overnight. We just kind of forgot. Basically, it was like, I don't know, a piece of chicken or a piece of turkey, maybe a piece of turkey. I think it was a piece of turkey. So he was trying to chow down. Somehow this freaking Cocker Spaniel, like Mission Impossible, freaking, oh, look at that. That's hilarious. That is comical. The cat's like, what? If it fits, it fits, bro. This is an awesome hiding spot. Nobody knows I'm here except for you. Why don't you just leave me alone? That's so fucking funny. That must be it with cats. The cats always love like Amazon boxes and whatever. You always hear from people like the cats just take over their freaking package boxes. You're like, I was trying to
Yes.
but my cat won't let me. Must be they
Cats
just,
love to like crawl up in the bed and like underneath the couch and shit.
yeah. That's
You
funny.
guys won't believe how many boxes I have in my main floor just on its
Just
side.
for
Like,
kitty cats.
yeah, just for the cat. And then oh shit, I was gonna tell you guys something else about the cat now, and I forget what it was. Anyways. crazy.
So speaking of which, well, not speaking of which, you're not a cat. What's going on, Smash?
What's up, man? Just hanging out, trying to plan another event coming up. Um, now that we actually have an event space that is legal, like smoke lounge,
Oh,
and I know like the people that run it, it makes it a lot easier to have a like indoor event, you know.
oh yeah, a million times. Tell us more. I had no idea you had anything like that.
It just opened up recently. It's called like the Boston Baked Club or something like that.
Oh, it's like a
Uh,
cannabis club that you can go to. I gotcha.
yeah, and he wants to start doing events and stuff, and
I gotcha.
one of, he's one of
Yeah.
the only ones around where I am. The next
Huh.
closest smoke lounge is 40 minutes away.
Uh, they've really tried in Oregon, but every single one of them has basically just crashed and burned. One of them is still technically in business, but she's basically closed all the time. Flight Lounge, and that honestly to me is kind of the most demoralizing because the chick that runs the place literally works for a cannabis lawyer. So she's, I think, his paralegal or whatever. So as far as I understand, she gets basically discounted legal advice from this fucking lawyer. I don't remember. I talked to her, but it's been some time, so I might be getting a little bit wrong. But anyway, super cool chick, blah 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 blah. If she can't get it done, nobody fucking can in the state of Oregon at the moment, I think. Anyway, in California, they're moving ahead, full speed ahead on cannabis clubs and stuff. It looks like it's going to happen, or it's already,
So
I guess. Pardon?
we were talking, I was talking with him the other day, and I'm like, a lot of people don't even know he's there. I'm like, you need to really work on the marketing of the building and like the place. Like when you search it up on Google, you need to like have that Google ad on. I don't want to call it an ad, but like when you search up like restaurant open
Mhm.
close, it gives you a list of
That's what I
actual
was.
restaurants and shit. He when you search the name of the club, he doesn't show up like that. I'm like, you need to like make it so if someone searches for a smoke lounge or anything of that thing, even call yourself, because he's got papers, he's got like all the smoke shop essentials too. So I was like, you should even put your name in there for the smoke shops when people are looking up smoke shops. Have the club show up. So we're working on it. It's I think it's more about exposure right now than anything.
Cheers, bud. What's going on, buddy?
Well, I feel like an idiot, but so my little Herbie, my last surviving Chihuahua, who's battling heart disease, which I've been through, so kind of know the stages. Guess it's been like, what's today? Tuesday? I guess it started over the weekend. Like he would have all this crust on his one eye, and when I started to get a tissue and wipe it off, it was like pink, like blood. So
Mm.
pretty much was resigning. Oh, and he was in bad shape. Wasn't like he looked like he declined. And when I wiped it, the tissue would be like pink, like blood. And that's the like one of the later stages of heart disease. So I've kind of been in this mindset for the last 3, 4 days, thinking, oh well, and he like as much as I clean up his eye was all messed up and and now I'm blind as a bat. Like I put on reading glasses, but I can't really see anymore. And okay, I put that advantage stuff on him, which I use that stuff sparingly because of his heart disease, because it's like a fucking poison. 5 weeks ago or so, because somehow, yeah, between the beach and here, fleas are an issue
Mm.
over the months. And I have this organic shampoo that when I've given it to him, I just see the fucking dead fleas floating off in the water. Kind of works. Okay, like maybe 5, 6 days ago. And since his heart disease, he really gets upset or it disrupts him when I give him a bath.
Mm.
So this last time I gave him a bath, I just did his body. I didn't do his head. Right. even though I know enough about fleas that. And then today I had to go pick up his medicine, and I talked to the vet where we were like, oh, I was going to bring him in tomorrow or Friday or whatever. Basically resigned it, like, oh yeah, he hit the other stage of heart disease, his blood coming out of his nose, and like, oh, I've been like on a super bummer dealing with that. Okay. So the night we get back here, and he pawed at me to like lift him up. So I lift him up. Somehow I had my reading glasses on, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, I've had dogs for fucking 50 some years. I've had tick infestations, fleas. I've fucking dealt with it all. I've never seen a flea infestation like this. So basically, in the last couple hours, I yeah, the blood was coming from his scalp and all around because these fucking fleas that like literally, if I didn't figure this out and maybe, well, and then I thought, oh, I'd like the biggest idiot if I went to this doctor who, and he's like, dude, you realize your dog's being eaten alive by fucking fleas? Because I like somehow over all these days that never occurred to me. Okay, and or I looked and uh, so I set up the bath and gave him like a real bath, put the shampoo over his head everywhere, soaked for a while. I saw fucking a lot of fleas dying off and shit. And then I did this like post inspection, and I realized, yeah, that organic shit, like, yeah, it's like same thing where, oh, it killed a bunch, but then some of them were like coming back to life like 15 minutes later. And then when I started, uh, uh, and he didn't like me doing this, but I had to like go around his mouth, his eyes, his nose, all these spots in his face. Oh my God, I've never seen so many fucking fleas in my life. They were like hidden in every fucking orifice of his whole head. Like his head's like got sores on the top from like fleas. I thought my dog was dying from heart disease, and it turns out he was being killed by fleas because of me being an idiot. But it's a hell of a relief because even now, like an hours later, after the bath, even though I got to wait for a custody, then I'm going to make it up to Petco by 9 and buy whatever the best. Because years ago when I first bought Advantage or whatever
I have
that
to be
shit was,
honest, don't go to Petco, go to the vet and get the stuff that you can swallow. The Advantage and Frontline and stuff, they basically don't
that
work
shit
anymore.
don't work. Like I
Yeah,
said,
it
5
doesn't
weeks
work.
ago, I put it on him, and a couple weeks later,
Yeah,
they were
don't even
shitty.
bother.
When I first bought that
Usually,
product
I'm
15
serious.
years
Go to your
ago,
vet. Go to your
yeah,
vet and get the thing that they can swallow. Seriously, that'll work.
when I first used that product so many years ago, I remember I think it was like, yeah, you just need it like once every 3 months. And I bought the whole thing for my big dogs, and it actually worked. And for months. And then lately, or the last now I realized that shit doesn't work anymore. But they still charge like 50, $60 for the fucking shit. But and it's poison. So yeah, that's right. Like the vets have that other stuff, and um, but yeah, I come immediately. Oh, he still has heart disease. He's congested, and all that. It's on medicine, but yeah, I
Uh,
was like resigned that my guy, because like at this point, me and him are the sole survivors of all the chihuahuas, the wives, everything, and I bonded with him in like a more serious way. I can't even. Well, dogs die, but oh man, I was in a state the last few days thinking my dog's dying, and literally, if I looked close, I would have seen that fleas were eating him alive. Which okay, so I'm relieved, feel a little dumb because like when I was messing with him and trying to get comb him out and stuff, I was telling him, I'm sorry because like yeah, how did I not notice that? That's like that like I a lot of times I know he has fleas because he itches. And I realized this time he wasn't doing that because there were so many of them that were past that, and they were on his head. Because when I shampooed his body, they just all moved to his head. That's what they do. So
All right. I'm gonna try
that's my day.
tag
But
along.
I feel happy because I can already tell he's happy, and we're on it, and I like figured it out. Because like, oh, I have this really good vet that's like specialty guy. I've only had him since Herbie got needed stitches, and I've had a pack of 5 Chihuahuas for over 25 years. I'm down to just the last one now. I'll never get another Chihuahua, even though I love them, because once Chihuahuas get 10 years old, your odds of them having heart disease is like 80%. They're prone to it. And, we took one to 19, 15, 17. Herbie's like 14 and a half. So heart disease is part of it. And yeah, there's this like heart disease is like when I used to go to the specialty vets with my wife. We must have spent 100 grand on 4 of our dogs that we took way past quality of life because that was my wife's wishes. Fighting heart disease, they would every couple months they would go into the hospital for a day or two to be drained, right? Their lungs and everything. And it just kept them going a couple more months. But shit, that would cost like 5 grand each time we did that. And so I'm not in that situation financially to go specialty vet. They'll take you for everything you're worth, especially if you love your animal. And so I told this vet that a year ago. I said, yeah, I've had, other Chihuahuas with heart disease. I've gone to this doctor. He knew all the things and knew that, I pretty much knew everything there is about heart disease. And was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do all that. Right. We put my message. And yeah, he's renewed my script for like a year straight with never asking to have a visit. And even today when I talked to him, he still remembered that I like basically said, yeah, I mean, I don't like it's easy to say that, but I also I always blame my wife that she was the one that took the dogs that far. But the truth was, we took the dogs that far because, like, even quality of life and bringing your dog, I've never done that. I've never done that. That's why I probably spent 100 grand over the last 20 years on specialty vets. Like when I was really deep in that, I'd be back in the back part of their facility and realized that they had more gear and tech than they do at the emergency room for people. And they charge probably as much or more than it would be for a person.
What?
Why?
I got stuff on it.
I got stuff on it here.
Okay, we'll put it in the safe.
And
With it.
yeah, if you've ever had to deal with a specialty vet, yeah, that's a racket. Well, whatever. They like at the one place I used to go to, everybody on that staff was a PhD in veterinary. Like, yeah, I guess you have to pay for that. And yeah, they can put your dog on life support if you pay for it.
Cheers, Captain. What's going on, buddy?
Hey,
I'm just
Cap.
enjoying a Tuesday night, going into Whiskey Wednesday.
True.
How you doing,
Yeah,
bud? Smash.
I'm good. I'm pretty
E,
good.
Hey, Cap.
and our host Fumi.
Oh,
Cheers,
Sorry,
everybody.
sorry I had to drop out Saturday, but things
I
were
had you
getting
guys
kind of
on, but
weird on me.
I was like, I was such in a bummer over my dog situation that I couldn't socialize. Like,
Yeah.
matter of fact, if I didn't figure out this an hour ago or two, like It's weird. It's hard, weird to say this, but I've had family members, like even when my dad passed, all these things. When dogs, I've lost dogs, and I've had a lot of dogs, and dogs don't live fucking that long. Ultimately, yeah, those ones are the most painful, like by far. Like it's hard to like think what you hurt more for a dog than you do your own fucking human family. I'm like, yeah, seems
Yeah.
that way.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the like, the relationship I have with my dogs, like they're fucking everything. And like, I don't even believe in God, but I've said this for fucking many years to people. If I
Oh,
could ask God for one thing, I'd say, can't dogs' lifespan be the same as humans? Because I still remember every one of them. I have their like, yeah,
Let's cheer
I
up the
had a lot
show.
of dogs
Uh,
because
I
they
hope.
don't live but like 10 to 20 years if you're lucky.
Um, so I just started to smoke this strain I got. It's called Player's Cake. It's tag along to. Hold on, I got it right here. Tag along to Pure Michigan, and it's
nice.
really, really fucking good. Tag along is peanut butter breath to Oreos.
There you go. Right on.
Pretty good. I'm really digging this oil. Everything I bought, the Bermuda Triangle oil is the best.
Right
And
on.
that Ghost OG to Triangle Kush.
Look at that. Oh, that was so good looking. I'm gonna watch the playback.
Oh, that's a cheetah piss.
Oh, look at that. Bud's busting. Everyone's busting shit out. Look at that. Oh
Yeah,
my
I
god.
gotta deal with this thing. Yeah, yesterday I harvested a room where the first, it's only one big ass plant. That's the first Pancake Wilson Starburst 36. I made the Pancake Wilson on accident a few years ago. My kid Robbie up in Ukiah crossed it into Starburst. Yeah, I think I might found something worthy of. Yeah, this fucker's killer. Like I can't even describe the smell. I don't know that smell, but it's good.
You guys got oh, hold on. Oasis Refinery in Cali.
What is that? An oil concentrate? I don't really know any brands. Like I'm anti all that. I know the ones that brand themselves so loud you can't not know about them, but other than that, I don't know many.
Oasis is always do if they put in their name on it, it's really good. They process a
Oh,
lot of stuff.
there's a few of the concentrate brands that have built their rep on that. That's hard to keep consistently over long periods of time, but that matters, especially in rosin or concentrates. Because,
Uh,
I mean, just from the knowledge I know about that side of the business, it's also a place where the cannabis industry dumps its trash, if you know what I'm saying.
it's like so Oasis does their own garden, they do their own flower, but they also process for other growers.
I can remember during when BHO was king, like after a couple of years, there's people that marketed theirs as, oh, this is a nug run, right? Yeah, I made some of the greatest wax and fucking tons of it back then, shatter, all this shit for years. I never used nugs. I fucking used the trim and the low, like all that stuff. It's still came out sick as fuck.
Oh,
But
I tried. I don't even know how. I forgot how they
Well, the truth is,
for it.
if the flower and the bud like isn't appealing to smoke or whatever, no amount of concentrating it is going to make it better. Like,
No, it's definitely a fire in, fire out.
in flower, oh yeah, it's pretty. Most of us can kind of go, oh yeah. Concentrate, oh, it can look then like you could. It's smoke and mirrors. You know what I mean? Like even when I was hanging a lot up in LA around all that, I realized that the guys that really are that have the rep for the 6-star or whatever, yeah,
So,
it's only a little bit. What is what they market and sells like this other level because you know when you pull the cream of the crop, like you don't
Keep
get
it.
that like yeah the return is like yeah it's not viable. Oh, but it's good for appearance and comps and shit.
so I've
Most of
never
the time, the shit that's entered in the big comps, that's not really for sale.
So I've never heard of this stuff before. It is butane and BHO, but what they did is they took the bags from rosin presses and ran them with BHO, and then that made an extract from all this
Well,
stuff stuck
I mean,
in the
BHO kind of gets a bad rap. I mean, I guess ultimately using a chemical solvent, okay, well, ice and water and all that's better. But if that's done well, that's an art in itself. And uh, yeah, I mean, I prefer rosin, but there's nothing wrong with good diamonds and softs or whatever, the top shit of that stuff
I
done
should have
right.
I should have grabbed more of the.
I mean, the
I wanted to grab
reality of it is
what's
like
it called?
butane evaporate. Like it's not like, yeah, if you use shit and there's industrial oil in it and it leaves remnants behind, and there's probably some remnants it leaves behind, but it doesn't leave it behind because that shit evaporates. I mean, I guess you could trap it by not like whipping it or something, but
Yeah, it was a very interesting taste. I don't know. It was pretty much rosin, like whatever rosin's left in the bag. After squishing, they took a bunch of them. I don't know if they opened them up or they just put the full bag in there. That's
well, the
something
solvent will get
Break
there.
it down.
Like,
it'll eat the bag.
it's
So yeah,
pressure.
probably take all the weed out. They probably cut it all out, run it,
Yeah,
and dry.
I mean,
It
that's
was.
a good way to salvage things.
I never thought about it, and I've never heard of it. This guy's like, check this out. It looked like I don't know.
Now, I'm a skeptical person, so like most of these things, like I think are bullshit anyway. That sounds good, but that's just how I am. Now,
Nah,
there are people that are honorable and are like that, but a lot of this game isn't based on that. That's just my experience, especially when it comes to legal market or brands.
yeah, I don't think a lot of people are doing it. I think it's specifically this one cultivator.
Well, I mean, at this point, there's so much competition that you have to set yourself apart somehow, either with the terp profile or
Well, his rosin's really good.
right. And uh,
Even his tier 3 is really good.
I mean, for years at the Cannabis High Times events, the whole thing of get people to your booth was you gave away dabs. That was like every booth fucking did it, even if you just sold t-shirts. I remember walking around there and get by some other booth would smell the fucking shit, and it smelled like a oil refinery. It was like, holy fuck, what's these guys like? Because yeah, when you give away shit, yeah, you usually don't give away your best shit.
Yeah, but Shatter's dirt cheap now.
Like back in those years, it must have over all the events I did with the booth, maybe a couple hundred people, girls, men, both came up and like, yeah, this is the first. Yeah, I've heard about this. This is the first time. Like that was part of the enjoyment I got out of it. There was people that dab or that whatever was the first time they did it, because back then it was like a new thing, and that was part of it. Like at those events in 2010, 11, maybe, yeah, 12, a little, half the crowd or most of the people, oh, they were cannabis enthusiasts. That's why they were at the event. But yeah, they hadn't done dabs yet. They just heard about it.
The
And back
first
then we were
time,
doing like red hot dabs with titanium and
Oh fuck.
fucking crazy. Like after the first few years, I learned I used to make shatter and leave it on those silicone mats and just put that on the table. And I had these Turk slurpers that at that time I still have a couple of them. They were coveted because the place, everybody wanted them, in the original one they only made so many of them. And they are like, and so basically that made it, we didn't have to clean it and all this. We'd heat up the thing and give it to the person and they could just dive in. And there was always these people, mainly men, that
Yeah,
like Bogart, or I don't know what you want to call it, but like if you let somebody freely dive in this giant fucking patty, some guys will just fucking go until they can't fucking suck anymore, right?
That's
Like
what she said.
woo. That's why we had tissues and a trash can off to the side, because usually that person would bork, like would lose their shit, not coming out their nose. Like I did it enough that when I saw somebody like going crazy on it, like taking more than their share, I knew that they'd pay a price. They didn't know that yet. Those hot dabs of shatter back then, oh, it would fuck you up. I remember the
nowadays
first time I did a couple like two big ones, I actually felt like I was going to suffocate. I couldn't get air. It was so bad that I couldn't bring in any air. And that was like what everyone did. Like there was no one, oh, these guys have low temp. No, every single fucking booth, every single person, red hot fucking crazy.
my buddy had an email, but
Oh,
long
those are hot
before.
too, though. Like, I mean, you can turn them down, but you know,
Yeah, he had one
the
long
beginning of the
before.
dab, maybe it was 3, 4 years until the first like low temp thing started happening. Yeah, no one thought of that. And we were like red hot, like literally, you get the thing as fucking hot as you could, and then do it.
Oh fuck yeah, that's crazy. I remember those
Like,
days.
I just really think
I
like
never
how
did that.
fast things change and how fast we have information now. This is going on 15 years ago now. Things were a little slower. Yeah, it wasn't just like less than a year until we found low temp. It was many years that we were, the whole scene was basically red hotting every fucking thing. Like no one thought, oh, well, what happens if you do it like this?
There's so many e-rigs nowadays too. I
I have
mean,
a couple of those. The transformer and the thing, yeah.
everyone has a puff code.
Puff codes are probably the way to go. But one
Oh.
thing about certain items, the puff codes, you might get lucky and yours last a long time. But things like that, you are how they aren't going to last so long.
We gotta
So,
take care of them. I mean, you gotta change out the coils and stuff.
yeah, but even with
I've
that,
had the
like
same
my
five
experience when you
cavities.
have it
I've
made in
either.
China, it's all about the failure rate, right?
Yeah, but
And,
they have warranties
and
and stuff, right?
well, I've had people fucking 2 weeks later, the fucking whole thing just dead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to buy it from Puffco. You know what I mean? So I have their warranty and stuff if I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
I'm not into dabs enough to,
No,
to
no, 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 no.
I go months where I'm like, man, I don't do them. And then when I do them for a while, it fucks up my thing where like smoking a joint doesn't have the same enjoyment. And
I
then
like
when I
the
stop doing
infused
dabs,
one.
all of a sudden I get back to where, oh yeah, joints are good enough for me.
I really like infused joints. I grabbed a hash infused joint in Maine the other day. It was so good.
We have.
I'll tell you what strain it was. Hold on, let me go look at the pictures. It was a strain called
I got the four.
Moonshine, and then the hash was Double Black Diamond.
Oh, I lost it. I can't find it.
Supposedly
I think
this tested at 34%.
nice.
Or the
We get
flower did that. I don't know how the testing works. It was really good. And then I had this stuff from Sherbinsky. It was a .5 infused with diamonds.
Oh yeah. I had Gary, he surfs and then used to be he hit up fucking surfers and that's how we got customers. Lately, yeah, he hit up fucking guy and he's like, oh no, I'm a rep for Stravinsky. And the next thing you know, gave us all this different stuff. And they were in these gibber things, 5.5s, uh, all infused and stuff. Yeah, when I lit them, the first couple hits tasted pretty good, but nah.
I don't know if I like the hash more than the diamonds and stuff.
I
Like
just
if I'm
know that 90% of any of that that's pre-rolled or that is, yeah, I smoke heady nuts. I don't want to smoke anything less than that. So
oh I
that's what
love
most of that shit is.
stuff. Um,
One of my customers built this whole business selling those, like black market. And the younger customers, they want it infused, like, oh, not just hash and this. They want some fucking spray flavor on it. And I'm like, what? You fucking take this killer's weed and then you put this in it, and then your customers want you to like put some like weird fucking flavoring from a fucking car wash on it. But that I
back.
figured that those kids that are like in their 20s that are like want it like that, they grew up with the vape culture when they were young, where it was all about all those flavors. So those flavors like turn me off when I taste them. But oh, if you like were brought up in that era, oh, those things are fine. So why not put it on your weed?
I
This
see
one,
the
It's
I don't
wit.
know. I
this
like
one
the
person
ones
I
that are like gram of flour with like a half gram of oil, but I've seen big ones like 3 grams of flour and a half and like a gram of oil.
Oh yeah,
And then
wait, they call those something else. Hash holes and shit. Some
yeah,
of those
don't it?
cost like, yeah, some of them I know in LA, people had brands. Oh, it wasn't cheap because they used
They're
this and
good.
that, and that the cost of all that stuff was in the price.
They're good if you're going out with a bunch of like if you and like a bunch of homies are going out, they last forever. So like it's a good thing to like sit down and like smoke
One thing
with.
about a hash hole though, it's not meant to go out. So unless you're gonna smoke it all the way from the beginning,
That's what I'm saying. Sit down
yeah,
at a table with some friends and just puff it down.
I hope that sit down by myself. Frankly, no
I'd
problem.
like to see you smoke a 3 gram with a gram of hash in it.
yeah,
Okay, no
Let's do
problem.
that's
it.
over.
I have
That's
no
a
problem.
I could
I'd
do it.
rather like have
Good, but
some
I'd be
nub that
dead
stands
after.
on its own and doesn't need anything but that.
I
Like
thought,
that's what I try to achieve. Like the fucking killer dank weed. That's it. Now, does every batch come out that way? Nah, but
No.
a bunch do. Like the one I took down last night. Holy shit!
You know, I can't wait. I got a whole bunch of stuff going. I'm trying to get everything big enough. I want to fill up that whole room as much as I possibly can.
Well, remember something. I'll tell you this from experience because I fucking, at least on 4x8 trays, used to put this amount, more amount. Ultimately, I learned over the hard way. Yeah, overcrowding will limit potential. Like there's a point where the best way is to have enough room that a plant can grow
Well,
into the space.
I
And
can't go.
sometimes when one plant or two different varieties, some are dominant and just fucking starve out the other one.
I can't go door to like wall to wall, but because my lights the way they're set up. But I
Well,
want to
over a
maximize.
couple runs, you'll figure out like the exact grid and number of plants that work best. But I just tell you, lean toward don't overcrowd. That's all. That doesn't work.
I need to get a cloning machine or
It's
something.
easy to do.
I need to make one.
whoa. Well, there he is.
Like I run 4x8 trays in grids of 3 wide, 6, 18 plants. That's it. I've done 21, I've done 25, I've done all these different things. No, over all the years, 18. Now, sometimes it looks like, you can fit in more row or no.
Yeah, I'd really like to maximize what I can this next round. I've been pulling out like one or two plants at a time. I want to pull out like 5 to 10 plants at a time. Upgrading my veg space is gonna help me with that too. Just not upgrading it per se, just raising the ceiling a little bit on my tent and a little bit longer. And I should be able to get a good amount of plants in there. I'm running out of height. I'm running out of height on my little tent. So I was only using like a 3.5 foot cube for veg, and I was putting them in the other tent, letting them veg for like a week or two in there, and then I'd flip them. It was working, but it was just it was only a couple plants at a time.
See, that's why I take rooms and panda film and you just section it off. And that way you can have, your clones in one area and a progression of vegetative plants. And, just pull out every week, pull out 3 plants. Because to tell you the truth, trimming up 3 plants, man, that can take a whole day. Or at
My
least it does for me. I smoke a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm okay with trimming them out. I mean, I farmer trim like my hair. Bud doesn't look crazy until I want it to. You know what I mean? I don't
Well, it
trim it
shouldn't.
down. I always leave like little leaves on them. I just
That's
try to get
better.
them.
It's better to leave some leaf on there anyways, they say, because that won't knock trichomes off so easy.
Exactly.
Or triclones.
No, this is all I got left.
Uh-oh. Huh. You have more than I got, buddy.
This blueberry. That's the last of the blueberry kush. It was this full stem, but yeah, I don't. I don't know. It's probably hard to see, but yeah, there's still a bunch of little leaves on here. You gotta pick off before. I mean, not always. Some of them are really trichome covered. I don't even bother. I'll just grind them up. But there's still some like leaves that don't have many trichomes. I'll pick off.
You guys should be watching what Ohio does right now. Last
What else
week
Ohio doing?
they passed a bill to ban the THCA, and now they're going after like medical, and they're
Motherfucker.
trying to take it away from us. They're saying,
Sorry,
"Oh, well, recreational, you don't need medical."
did you say this is in Ohio or Michigan, Captain?
Ohio?
Oh shit, eh?
Oh
That's
yeah.
bullshit. They better not try to pull that shit here.
You know what's funny? I went to Maine. They charge 5% on tax for med patients, 10% for rec. You come down to Mass, they don't charge. It's zero for med card and
What?
20% for rec. Pretty
It should
interesting.
be that way.
Yeah, the rec tax here is ridiculous. You get charged up the ass
See,
for
that's why I like Michigan, because Michigan still allows their caregivers to get together and sell their overages.
you
Is
know,
it Michigan lets them or they do it? 'Cause
They
we have
allow
a
them.
thing where, like in Maine, it's kind of
It's written in the law.
the closest thing I can compare Maine to is like Oklahoma or Michigan. They have all the same laws, medical, recreational, taxes and stuff is a little different, obviously, but like if you ever wanted to start a cultivation, grow up, Maine would be the place to do it on the East Coast. It's the cheapest and the market is crazy. There's so many dispensaries popping up though.
what's ridiculous here? The next town over, my town, before when we had legalization started, we had to vote per town on whether we wanted recreational cannabis, and my town didn't want it, and the next town over did. So my town doesn't have any like recreational stores in it, but the next town over to us, they have like hundreds. It's just crazy, ridiculous. I'm surprised they make any money at all. Cheers, doctor, leave me alone.
Well, they're
The,
selling to your town. That's what they're doing.
the
Yeah,
cool
no,
thing in Maine is if you have a cultivation license, even if you don't,
cheers,
if you
Corey.
don't have a cultivation license, you can sell to the medical side. If you do have a cultivation license, you can sell to the recreational side, is what I'm getting from it.
Yeah, no thanks.
Which would be dope.
It's
I got a lot of seeds out there now. I gave like 7 different grow up dispensaries my stuff. So I'm hoping soon I'm gonna see some of my stuff in the dispensaries out there.
that's cool. I had that happen once in a medical store, which is pretty cool. My Blue Dream was selling in the store, so that's pretty cool when that happens.
Yeah, but this would be my like actual strain.
Nice, that's even better, dude. What?
Uh, I gave them all papaya rum cake to chemo seeds. Um, Short flower, it gets super frosty. It washes well. It's super resilient, super resistant. I haven't had any like sexual problems with them.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not gonna like. I've done a lot of my testing. Well, I had some outside this year too. Last year, they did very well. But the best thing that outside here was the Chem Dog cross to Chemo. Really resilient and uh once we got towards the later season, the humidity was up there and the weather was kind of cold. It stayed strong. It was pretty nice.
Right on. Cold, man. That's it. Turn the heat back on.
But yeah, I got those. I finished one of these carts. They're really good.
Right on.
It's actual like live resin in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the space runs.
Yo, that's what I'm smoking right now. Well, not right now, but I will be smoking shortly. Right on.
Yeah, like that beautiful golden color. Like it's actual oil, no fake terps, nothing, no bullshit.
Space Runs is a very good one, too. Especially for me for nighttime. Good for nighttime. Fuck is the heater on? Not on. Oh.
Yeah, these true OG ones are really good.
Right on.
I want to start making my own parts. I've been slowly acquiring the stuff to do so.
Uh-huh. Spaceman.
Shoot, here.
Let's
Space
go.
space carts.
Oh, okay.
This one's Sunday Driver. What I have two of them left.
72 is. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Oh,
These
yeah.
ones are just distillate.
Freezing. GMO crossed with Magnum. Oh, cool. Garlic mushrooms and onions? Nope.
All right, boys. I'm gonna call it a early night. I hope everyone's a good night.
Later, Smash.
Later, Smash. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, Doctor. Leave me alone. Big John, Corey, Robert Greenfingers. Love for the plant. Southern VT or Southern Vintage. Fish and chips. Humidor and flavors. Jones and the Grow. Jack Beanstalk. Cry More. Couch Flyer. Evolve. Bud Kilowatt. What's up, everybody? How's everybody go? What's everybody smoking on in chat? Let us know. Johnny 5 is still alive. Oh, J5. What's going on, J5? What's going on? Leave me alone, everybody in chat. Let me see if I can find a J5 picture. It's if I enter J. I think I lost your picture, J5. I have an actual picture of J5 there. Unfortunately, it's really deep in the suck file. Yeah, man. Mm, yeah, it looks like you got away with it this time, J5. Ring. Paging doctor, leave me alone. Paging doctor, leave me alone. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're lucky. There we go. I found a picture. There he is. J5 is still alive. There's a picture of J5. Oh, I'm gonna roll up some runts. What runts is it now? I always forget. It's one of the runts, anyways. Blue Dream. What's wrong with Blue Dream? Doctor, leave me alone. Blue Dream is awesome. I actually had that. I had my strain, but stuff I was growing in the store. Oh, space fronts. That's right. I'm smoking space fronts. Cheers, everybody. 11:11. Getting ready for the 20. Time to roll the joint. Woot woot. Woot woot. Gotta send some seed beans out soon. I got some beans here. Oh damn, Dr. Leave me alone. So my address is D Zombie PO Box. I love Blue Dream. That's actually one of my favorite sativas. I smoke. Blue Dream is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Get ready for the 20.
It's always 420.
That's right. 420 somewhere. Wow, little buds. Little buds.
Hope Bud jumps back on.
Yeah. Yeah, he just disappeared, huh? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Almost enough. Almost enough for a joint. Yeah, there we go. I gotta place an order soon again. I'm starting to get low. White Widow crossed the Blue Dream. That's great. That's cool. Big John.
Maybe that'd give it a little bit more kick.
What? Really? I think
I
Blue.
I I think it's a light ass smoke for me.
Wow.
I could smoke Blue Dream like cigarettes.
Wow, that's crazy. The stuff I had was just wild, man. So we go white and Perennial Tunes 4. Right on, Dabby J. Cheers, Dabby J. Yeah, Blue Dream. Blue Dream's awesome.
Actually, I want to take that Sunday driver and start working with that.
You gotta get. I heard the word on the street though is Captain, is that you have to get Reds. Uh, Sunday driver.
Red Setter?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's who I'd get it from.
nice. Yeah, yeah, right on. Yeah, I heard that's real fire. That his cut. fire.
Well, I took a strawberry and cream and crossed it with that East Bay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really fire.
Right on.
But me and the person that man, yeah,
Uh,
I'm not
true.
even gonna go there.
True.
We're gonna keep this a nice show. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing some stuff that has been released already, but I got screwed on a lot of seeds. So, well, what happens when that happens? You redo it and you put it back out on the market.
Yeah, man. Schüssel. Oh, joint. Uh, yeah, man. Which way is up?
But yeah, Red's come across some really cool stuff lately.
Right on. Yeah, I heard Red has fire. Red set down. Right on. There's another run I want to try soon. I'm gonna pull up the menu right now. I forget the name of it. Go figure. Oh, shit, wrong one. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Oh, that's connect white. So yeah. Oh, wrong one. It is called. So slow.
Yeah, but everybody should be watching what's going on in here in Ohio because this seems to be like the turning state for a lot of different law changes,
Uh-huh.
and they're happening really quick. I mean, last week they did the THCA, and this week they're moving on to getting rid of the medical, basically.
That's ridiculous. I wouldn't put up with that shit.
Well,
Bullshit.
I've really seen this coming along, and I've seen corporations, and that's what it's turning into. It's all corporations.
Yep.
But what I've also seen on the other side of it
Mm-hmm.
is there's a lot of people in Ohio that say, fuck that shit. We want the stuff that's still growing in your basement.
Yep. Exactly.
So, you know,
Cheers, I grew
Ohio's putting up a fight.
good. Cheers, I grew some. Right on, Dabby. Dante Inferno across the white truffle. That sounds crazy.
My friend called me up the other day, says, man, I need some more flour. I take him some flour. I take him an ounce because I don't have a ton of it.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, he calls me up the next day and says, "Hey, can you bring me another one?" And I'm like, "Holy fuck, dude."
Crazy.
And then he tells me the end price of it, and I'm like, "Okay, well, we have to do something about our pricing then."
Yep. Exactly. Cheers, everybody. 420. Nice catch, Ned Denver. Cheers.
Cheers, Ned. You coming back to Cleveland for Thanksgiving or the holidays, Ned?
Dun, 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 dun. I'm frozen.
Eating some blueberries to start with.
Oh yeah. 2020. What's everybody smoking on? I got some runts.
Skunk. I finally got around to trying it.
What's that? What kind? What's the strain name?
No,
Cat.
skunk.
Oh, skunk. Sorry, I thought you said dunks or something.
No,
Cool.
skunk.
Right on.
It's been sitting on my table for about a month now. I just haven't gotten the chance to sit down and enjoy it.
True. Oh yeah, we'll do this. That's funny. Where's my change my background? Just a reminder, guys, this portion of the show has been brought to you by, oops, wrong camera. These nuts. Am I holding it the right way? Yeah, there we go. Get yourself some hot, salty these nuts. You can pop a whole a handful at a time in your mouth. These salty nuts. No fun. Maybe. Oh my. Right on. Cheers, all you lurkers in the background and to all you chatters chatting in the chat. 31 viewers. Right on. Awesome, awesome. Hop on, guys. You want to come hang out? Just ask for the link, and I can provide it for you. J5 is stabbing some Sour D crossed with HP13. He thinks his eyeballs are sweating. Oh, we better water those bad boys down then, J5. Oh. Fuck.
Sour G. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. We have, I don't know if we still have it. Yeah, we still have purple sour diesel here. But I really want to try, rotten runts next. Sure, couch flyer. I can provide the link for you. Momentito. Yeah, come and hang out, guys. Everyone's welcome. Just don't be a dick. Don't be a lunatic. Don't throw your dick, and we're good. We're good, eh? All right, on. The link's still open. Who was it? Couch? Yeah, Couchy. COU. There you go, Couch Flyer. Right on that Denver. Cake
So
punch and batter. Go for
it's
Cap.
taken me 2 weeks to get my room down, and
Doctor.
I decided that I have to put pallets on the floor because
I'm
if
sorry.
not, I can water a plant in a 1 gallon pot and leave it for literally 4 fucking days underneath 1,000 watt light.
Wow.
That's how cold it is here.
Wow, yeah, no shit, eh? That can't be good for the roots.
Well, my mom was asking me, she's like, why haven't you finished putting your room together? And I'm like, I'm testing it out to see how, it runs and what I have to do before I finish the room. You know, adding all these pallets to the room that's a big undertaking. Holy
Yeah.
shit. And then my
Yeah,
stupid ass stoner self, I got to remember, hey, when you walk into the room, everything's on pallets, dude.
yeah, man.
Because I'm walking from a blacked out area into like, literally a couple thousand watts.
Yeah, yeah. Out of the darkness into the light.
Yep.
Cheers, J. Patrick. Welcome. No, there's
Hey,
Couch.
Jay.
We'll let Couch Flyer in.
Don't scare you. They scare you. It's okay.
Right on. Miss Jimmy's missing the new faces.
But man, dude, plants love being underneath 1,000 watt light compared to those LEDs. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
The crinkling on the leaves has started to go away. I'm getting really nice leaves now off of plants that I thought possibly could have had a hemp blade virus. But now I just figured out that, nah, they're temperamental bitches.
Yeah, man. Hey, Coach Flyer.
You muted.
Yeah, I
There you
know.
go.
I was laughing at you.
Yeah,
Temperamental bitches got me
you're right.
going. So so did the sweaty eyeballs, man. I was like, what is going on tonight?
Yeah, who had the spray? Wait.
Well, when you deal with like sour diesels and things like that, yeah, they can be temperamental bitches. If things aren't just right, yeah.
Yeah, I usually get that like in the young stages of the first like few weeks of veg. Like no, they don't want light, they want light, they want food, they don't want food, they want water, they don't want water. It's
Yeah.
it's after a while though, they start picking up and
Well, shit, it's almost been 20 years since I've grown here in Ohio.
Well, you do it outside or
Indoor.
indoors?
Yeah, we can't do it outside. Fuck, it's too cold.
Yeah.
All that Canadian hoser winter coming down on us.
Hey, take off, buddy? You hoser.
And we got a lot of glass houses here, though. We go pretty much pretty late.
We go to about Halloween here. No, we grow outdoor. Sorry, when I grow outdoor for Halloween almost.
Next spring, I'm actually taking over an old tomato farm, and they have a bunch of old greenhouses with real glass, not the shit, plastic shit. So we're taking apart some of the greenhouses to fix up some of the other ones. And that's what we're going to be moving into.
Right on.
Because, I can't afford the cost of all the lights for all these different plants.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Let Mother Nature do some of the work.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. That's one reason I grow outside, outdoors. Sun grown.
I was watching the weather map yesterday, and they brought it up and they were doing like a week-long forecast. And they were showing it different air currents coming into Ohio and where they hit. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been telling people for years. Ohio has like 5 different type of areas to grow in. And you can literally drive 45 minutes and the plants will finish 2 weeks later in Ohio.
Crazy.
It's the way the jet streams and everything hit here in Ohio and smashed together. But there's about 8 different counties in southern Ohio that seem to get like all the different climates. They all get all those different pressures and different temperatures. They just seem to get them all. And if you're growing down in the valley, it's completely different than growing on the hilltop. And you're on the same fucking property. You're just going from one section to the other.
Fuck it. Rain.
So I started the vegetable plants we're going to put outside this year.
Right on.
Our next year, I should say.
Yeah. I
They
usually
should be
start.
going. They should be going out at 5 feet.
Nice. Yeah. Right on. I usually start end of January, early February when I grow outdoors.
I've got a full-size van, and I'm gonna only be able to fit 5 of these plants inside of it.
That's awesome.
I can't even get 6.
I'm gonna be doing poppies this year. I like Tasmanian. I think those are the ones I got. I like those ones. They have like a blue, and I think blue or the blue. Shit, it's been a while. But it has like this brush. Looks like a paintbrush on the side of the plant, the flower. So cool. Is it black? No, I think it's blue.
I've seen a lot of red ones
Yeah,
in Thailand.
they're so cool. My cousin, my cousin orders these seeds online like by the thousands all the time. He constantly gets poppy seeds in the mail. Crazy. Cheers, modern.
Yeah,
Organic.
have you ever seen poppy seeds, man? You can
Yeah.
have 1,000 of them in like a space where you get 10 regular cannabis seeds.
My exactly. No, my cousin he doesn't go by the seed when he buys them. He goes by like the pounds. He buys them by the pounds. He'll buy like 5 pounds or whatever of seeds at a time. It's crazy. And he puts them out.
If you eat a poppy seed roll, you'll test positive for opium.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
what they are.
we were dealing with that at the normal chapter when we were selling drug testing products. It was like, hey, if you eat a lot of poppy seeds, you will test positive.
Look at that episode of Seinfeld. That happened. The girl Elaine, she was gonna go on a trip with her boss or whatever. But they had to be, and it was like some drug country, one of the drug countries. So she had to be tested before she went, and she got tested, and she was tested positive for opium. Let's see if I think this is the bag. Oh, just the one? Yeah, here we go. Papier Sylvian. I got some those are gigantums. Hold on, I'll turn this thing off. Background off. There we go. So I got some gigantums.
A little bit over. We didn't see those. There we go. Yeah,
Gigantums.
there's probably like 100 seeds or 200 seeds in that little vial.
Wait till you see this one, Captain. This is my Tasmanian ones. These are the ones I love growing.
There you go.
Yeah, it's full. I got those are Tasmanian, and these ones are. Oh, that's nothing. Tasmanians, and here's a smaller one. Full. I got a whole bunch. BC. Oh, these are Tasmanian. Yeah, there's some seeds here.
There you go.
Hold on, this is I'm throwing seeds. So yeah, I got lots of seeds to last me a while to grow poppy and cannabis. Thank you. Cheers, Stony Creek. Tasmanians are whack, bro. Why? What's wrong with Tasmanians, Stony? I love the color of them. They're so cool. And then I used to have ones called Danish flag, or something like that.
Man, I don't even want to think about spring. There's going to be so much work. Thank God I'm going to Thailand in April.
I can't wait till spring. That means
I
warm
can.
weather.
It means a lot of work.
Tasmanian poppies are theobane dominant. I don't know what that means, Stony Creek. Do you know what that means, Captain? Theobane dominant? I can look it
No,
up.
I don't get into poppies too much.
Yeah, me neither. But I like growing them once every once in a couple of years. Here in the States. And my cousin grows them all the time. Every year, like hundreds of them. It's like Flanders Field at his house, man. It's funny.
We probably have 20 different varieties of flowers in the flower beds.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, we had roses that were still blooming until like late November, which it is late November, but until the snow came, we were still having roses pop up and bloom.
Yeah, true. That's long gone here. What's
We
going on,
grow
Jason?
flowers.
Are you
We
following
grow
my-
flowers for bird seed.
Uh-huh. I missed something. Right on, Captain.
And this year, I
Oh,
noticed that we had three different types of woodpeckers. We had the smaller woodpecker, a medium-sized woodpecker, and one that's just it looks like a blue jay. That's how big this woodpecker is.
right on. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Did he look like this, Captain? Hold on. Taking me a second here.
You bringing up Woody?
You know me so well, Captain.
And Woody the woodpecker.
Uh, Funny. Oxy. Yeah, white purple spot. Slash. Wow, really? The Tasmanian ones are grown for oxys.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I'll let my cousin know that. He'll be excited. Specialty bread. I got lots of Tasmanians. Yeah, those are my favorite ones. Not because of the what's in them, but more of the flower.
It's all
Flowers.
about color.
Yeah. I just gotta hide them from my neighbors because a lot of my neighbors now are Indian and Pakistani. So I gotta watch now they don't come over and I find slices in the sides. Uh,
Yeah, Toronto does have a lot of a very big Indian population people.
yeah. Now it's coming towards my area, which is fine. No, there's Bud's back. Um, which is cool. I'm learning Hindi now. Why not? And I can know if they're talking shit about me. And I can say, hey, I know what you're fucking saying, buddy. And cuss them back and Hindi my Pakistani. Gora Gora. Oh, chef, what it is? It's Gora Gora something. Like, hey, look at the white guy. Cheers, bud. Welcome back.
Hey, you know what, D? I thought of you the other day. I ended up going to the Chili Coast Burger place, which was really good, but two restaurants are right in the same complex is, I don't remember the name, but it's like a reputable Indian food place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When I first walked up, I was like, may pondering going in there, but like, yeah, I don't even know, like, even anything to order.
Yeah.
I went to Indian food years ago
Hmm.
with my friend Gary, who's like a foodie. So like, oh, he knew all this shit and he did all the ordering. I know
Yeah.
what tandoori chicken, fucking something in this fucking baked thing. Like, that's the only thing I know. And the naan bread. What do you like?
Yeah.
Tell me a
No,
dish.
but
Like, oh, try this out.
oh, dude, I'm gonna be doing another Indian restaurant food video very soon coming up.
There's
In the
not
next
like
week
that
or so.
many Indian food restaurants like in the area
Stay tuned, folks. By the
or
way.
do other ethnic foods, but there's a
Yeah.
few.
Oh, dude, I love Indian food.
Well, I've noticed that you've been on that for a few months now, and I was like, it brought me to almost go walk into a place blind. And
Oh,
sometimes some food, some restaurants, oh, it's eating by yourself is one thing, but like certain food, it's better to like go with at least another person because then it's more like that's the way to do it. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Like Chinese food's that way to me because and then you get this, I get and it all comes around, right?
yeah, yeah.
You put 3 or 4 dishes together and everybody shares. Yeah.
Well, and then you get to try, more than just go, oh, just give me the fucking whatever.
Yeah. When I did my I ordered like when I did my last video, I did ordered way too much food, but I wanted to try like all the shit, but so I know better for next time. But the deal that I go to and get is there's like a lunch menu, so you can actually order
Yeah,
like three different things.
most good decent places have a lunch menu.
Yeah, and
And
you can
because
order
I'm
like
not the big plate eater, a lot of times it's a little smaller portions, and I'm like, yeah, that's the perfect amount for me. I fucking wouldn't want anything more than that.
yeah tikka masala, exactly, green fingers,
Oh, yeah,
butter.
I've heard some, but like even I go to Thai food a lot, and I've only ordered chicken pad Thai. Now, when I've gone with friends, oh, there's all these things. I've eaten them and been like, oh, that's pretty good. But I don't know. Like, I look at the menu, I don't even know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, thank you. I'll scroll this up. Hang on.
Now, I know my way around a Mexican food place, but that's it.
Nice. Share. I got like a whole list, but you won't believe. Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up. Yes, I haven't tried butter chicken yet, green fingers. I know that it's gonna be good. I'm actually waiting because I want to try to get Mrs. D to try that as well, since
Well,
it's
what's
like
that? Like chicken cooked in butter? I mean, that's not very exciting.
a
Oh, why
spices.
should we? But it's
Mrs. D is
probably
kind
more
of
than that.
plain. Yeah, so this is like a list. All the ones with the green check mark is what I've had so far, and I haven't had much. And the veg samosas I've had lots of times. But
Well,
yeah,
even
and
at
then
the
I got
grocery store,
Pakistan.
there's this brand that sells naan and garlic naan, and you really
Yeah,
just have to toaster oven or put in the oven, not for very long, or it gets too fucking
no,
crispy.
yeah, yeah,
For a
yeah,
store-bought thing, and it's not that expensive, that shit's pretty good. It's not as good as probably go to a restaurant and then make their own, but I buy that sometimes and just eat it like that, heat it up.
yeah. I really wanted, and I tried the chickpea, a chickpea. I want to try the egg paratha, which is a half egg and well an egg, and then it has the paratha, which is like a bread. It's like non bread, but a little different. Well,
Well,
sure, green
one
fingers.
thing you can expect, like Indian, right? I know this much. No beef, right?
Yep.
That's not part of their. I mean, maybe America they do something
Some,
different, but like Indians don't. No, it's
they do
sacred
have beef.
animal. They don't fucking eat beef.
Some of them do, and especially Pakistani. They'll eat beef.
Well, I
Uh,
imagine
a
there's
lot of
some of
a lot of
like
Indian,
people.
a lot of people in India they'll eat mostly chicken, lamb, and goat, especially goat. They love
Well,
goat.
like I've
That's
never
their
eaten goat,
staple.
and somehow
Yeah.
I'm not interested in eating goat, but I'll eat
Uh,
fucking beef all day long. So, like your culture, food culture,
oh,
yeah, I get it. A lot of that's like what's sustainable there. Like, oh, we eat beef, but like if you look at our beef industry, fuck, dude, that's like this giant, unsustainable fucking thing at the rate we consume that shit.
yeah.
Thailand,
It's
they didn't
funny.
have beef, right? Like they imported it because, yeah, it's
The
not simple
cows
just
suck.
having a few cows. It's a whole lot of shit, and they fucking tear up the land and all kinds of
Oh,
shit.
there we go.
Well, in Thailand, I think they just don't feed them enough. I mean, they look
Oh,
anorexic.
well, I mean, here we have found ways to feed them through all kinds of ways to fatten them up as fucking fast as possible because that's the whole thing.
Yes, J. Patrick. Exactly. That's the only downfall about some Indian food. It doesn't look too appealing,
Well, I know
but it's
this much.
so
Like
good.
when I watch some of those survival shows, I remember like a thing where, or like one of those type of shows, reality show, where the people were like, yeah, unless you've like killed and harvested an animal for meat, you have like really no opinion on it, or something like that. Where I realized, yeah, I've eaten meat my whole life. I've never killed a fucking animal ever,
No,
right? And if I had any such animal, no, I couldn't kill it for that. I'm
yeah,
not that guy. I that's not in me.
yeah, I couldn't do
But
that too.
I'll eat meat. Now my
Yeah,
wife, total vegetarian, mainly
no,
because of the animal thing.
we need.
Now she cooked meat. She didn't trip on it, but she didn't eat it since she was like teenager.
There we go, bud.
And
Easy.
she supported all that shit and over the 20 years. That's how I'm not really that environmental. Like, oh, she was to the point where, yeah, she informed me of like, oh, this and that, and all the fucked up thing, especially with animals.
One of my jobs that my grandfather gave me on the farm was literally to take the 22 out and go and see if I can't get 3 or 4 rabbits or 4 or 5 squirrels a day.
Oh no,
Well, we lived on the land,
I
you
know, but
know.
squirrel. I don't eat rabbit either, but
Yeah, but
squirrel.
when you watch those survival shows or those where those people, oh, they fucking eat anything like a mouse, like. And I remember watching those, going, yeah, like if I was ever in such a situation, would I just die of starvation or would I do those things? And I wasn't sure. I guess you'd have to be that hungry or in that situation to know.
Perfect timing
Like,
to come
oh,
in
at
here.
that point, if you don't kill things to eat,
Looking
you're
at
dead.
Hey, Robert.
Like I
perfect
know
time to
one
come in,
thing.
green
I could
fingers.
never jump on a moose's back with a knife and slit his throat and wrestle him down. Like that
Mm-mm.
no, I don't care how hungry I am.
Moose is delicious. Oh my god, moose
I,
is
I've,
awesome.
I've walked up on moose and slowly backed away because they're a lot bigger than me.
Yeah, I remember when I
And
saw
no charge.
buffaloes, I was like, holy shit, this ain't anything like the fucking cows. Somehow
Oh,
through like the images I got as a
buffalo.
kid, I thought, oh, a cow, buffalo's a little bigger. Oh no, that's fucking a whole other fucking, they're
Buffalo is
like close to an
delicious too.
elephant.
Buffalo is delicious.
Even
Oh,
that, like,
buffalo.
I've never been to Africa where there's elephants, but like even that an elephant would just like turn aggressive and like chase down humans and stomp them to the ground.
Moose will do that.
Moose.
Yeah,
Get me
I know
hungry.
that the few times when I was in different places where there was like like on the turnaround of the off ramp, somehow there'd be a moose in the middle of it, and all these cars would pull up and shit.
Get the gun.
Yeah, that's the only time I've seen mooses.
Get the gun. Here comes supper.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
not
it's
like okay. I don't. Hey, somebody has to do it, but like that's not me.
No,
I've never shot a gun. I think I shot a 22 when I was a kid with my dad. I've never held a gun in fucking so long, fucking 50, 40 years. I'm like, nah,
Yeah,
I'm too crazy for that.
that's that's what I.
I mean, now that I'm older, I'm not like that way, but yeah.
All the poor cats.
Now, hey, it's not like I'm against it or anything. I mean, I think there's some problems with it, but look, if you want them, great. There's no problem. Somebody's got to do it.
Right.
if you're a
And
hunter,
because I've
you're
been a convicted felon from fucking teenager in California, any crime, if you have a gun for the rest of my life, it's 5 years minimum. 5 years. I mean, 5 years
Yeah.
to whatever other thing you did. Now, when that was explained to me, and even at this point, it's been 20 years. I'm off fucking all that shit. I'd have to spend a lot of money, and it's rare because the governor himself has to sign it, and you have to like, it's money really, but it's not like he does many of them a year. It's not like, oh yeah, so many years, you want to get a gun, sign up. No, once you're a felon, nah, you kiss your legal right to a gun away in California, and they'll give you 5 years for it.
Right on left for the plank. Go for it, Coach Flair. What were you saying?
I was just gonna. I'm a hunter, or I was a hunter, and growing up, I learned how to kill and dress deer, moose, caribou.
Mhm.
Moose.
It's it's something that I don't know, it's part of a cultural
Well,
thing, I
the,
think maybe,
the,
or
the fans
You're born
like
into it.
are gonna be
Yeah.
like lost because like I might better kill something, but like when I've seen what it takes to dress and no, that's like I don't know. I guess if you were like do or die, maybe I'm not ruling that out, but like to think that that's not in my being. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
my uncle's like that too, Coach Flair.
Sometimes, like through a lot of those reality shows I watched over those years, I realized there's some skills that should be taught to like everybody, just in case. Like now we live in this like city, whatever, that most people couldn't even grow a fucking vegetable, let alone dress it. Like they go, you know what I mean? Like where used to be your parents like taught you these basic things. You know what I mean? Even like, it'd probably be a good idea to know how to make a fire. It'd probably be, because who knows what fucking can happen.
Yeah.
Stony.
Basic skills. lost. It's like a lost art now.
Like I know one thing, if something like that happened, because I live, you know, in a populated area, like if you think you're gonna fucking make it, you better get the fuck out of there. Because that's gonna be like dog eat dog for sure. Got to get out to like the open wilderness. You're gonna try to survive some fucking craziness.
Yeah, shit hits the fan. I got a bunch of pigeons. Garage full of pigeons. Got like 40 pigeons I can live off of. They make babies all the time too, so they're always making a bunch of babies. So don't got to worry about nothing. There's a bunch of quail out here too. A bunch of dove. I live out in the middle of the desert. It's the only thing out here for me to hunt. The only things for me to hunt. Birds.
When I never did understand it, but when I was in prison, I was basically in Calpatria by Yuma, Arizona, and we had like the prisons had trash fucking dump things, you know, all the trash from the whole operation. Dude, there was like hundreds every day. Seagulls. I'm like, what the fuck? How seagulls come way the fuck out here for this trash? Like
Yeah,
hundreds of miles and desert.
yeah.
Seagulls are supposed to stay in the ocean area or whatever,
They
but
used to
no,
live in
we're
the
the fuck out there. And I'm like, yeah, how'd they even find this shit out here? Fuck. We're in the middle of nowhere.
a bunch of them live in La Quinta where I used to live. So like in my middle school, in the middle of the desert, we'd have seagulls and it'd be like crazy. But they'd be in
Since
the water right behind the school. Big old
since
freaking golf
I
course.
live by San Juan Capistrano, like I haven't Googled this, but I've been meaning to for a while. Every year, and there's like, because I've mixed it with, I don't remember, but the Capistrano, the swallows, I think it is, return there, right? It's this like 1 or 2, 3 day window. These
Already.
birds come back, right? And they would show it on TV every year of my fucking life. Either they just lost interest in having stories like that. I almost think, wait, did they stop coming? Because if
No,
they stop coming, that's a bad thing.
yeah, they're out here right now. All the swallows, there's
Because
thousands of
they,
them.
you know, there's a thing when they
Thousands of
return
them.
to Capistrano, right? It's like particular place north of here. Wait, maybe it's not swallows. It might be some other bird. Like,
You know, what are those little birds, thousands of
No,
them.
wait,
no, it's swallows.
Swallows.
is it the
Yeah,
swallows?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Does anyone else know what I'm saying? Like, there used to be a thing where, oh yeah, the swallows came back to Capistrano since I was a kid, and now it's been like many years. I don't know if they come or they don't come. I assume that fucking don't.
Yeah, they're out here right now. Like the last few weeks, I've tried to take video of them and my camera was full. I was like, damn, dude, there's literally thousands of them flying overhead everywhere. It was crazy. My pigeons didn't know what to do. They were just like, what the heck's going on? Yeah, they were taking all the food, eating it all up.
Oh, they spelled it wrong. Hold on.
Well, I've noticed, like, I've lived in suburbia most of my life, whole life. Yeah, even around housing tracts in the neighborhood and the park, there was like a variety of birds and lots of sparrows, this, that, and the other. Yeah, just from my observation, there's way less birds than there ever was. Like out
Yeah.
You got more
in the
5G
populated
towers.
areas.
Yeah.
Even where I lived out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the 10 years or the years I lived out there, I think I saw a decline. At least that's what I thought. I remember after a few years, it was like, yeah, what happened to the yellow ones that used to come all the time? Or this one? Oh, they never showed back up.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've had an increase in birds, all kinds of different ones I haven't seen.
They have I think it's the Raven on the Bering Sea. And the ships will go out, like the one ship they'll have they like to throw eggs at other boats. So they'll have like pallets of eggs sitting on the thing, but the Raven will come in from like miles just from the land just to get an egg and then it flies all the way back and I saw it come back like 3 or 4 times.
That's
It was
wild.
really cool. It was like I think it was like 15 minutes a round trip for the bird. They timed it or something
That's
like
the
that.
clear flies, right? Because
Was-
can make a lot
I
more
saw this
sound.
thing, like it was like a short, I just got like of like the cycle of like what is it, the eagle? Like it gets so old, then it has to basically tear its own beak out and like do all these things or it's not gonna be able to survive. I'm
1
like,
year
holy
of recovery or something like that.
when I saw that, I was like, holy shit.
So,
That makes like uh whatever age I think it's an eagle. Like
yeah,
that's gnarly. That's a
yeah,
gnarly thing that they showed. I was like, it was like 3 or 4 things that were all gnarlier than the other one that the
yeah,
bird basically had to do itself
yeah. Its beak
to
gets
like,
dull after so many years, so then it has to rip it
yeah.
off so it could get the sharp, fresh beak again, or it could just starve and not ever really.
Well, I mean, think of like, okay, with human like, okay, so at a certain age, yeah, your fingers are getting arthritic, so you just bust them off or some
Rip them
shit.
off. That'd be dope. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
rip them off. Like
Be
that's
like,
gnarly.
be like,
Your
okay, I gotta
beak
wait about
off,
a year.
right? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, so he breaks his own beak off. Yeah, rips it off. It's crazy. Though. Seen that.
Yeah, like animal stuff never ceases to amaze me over the years. Like watching all the different things in animals. Instagram, that's the best part of it. Some of it's staged and bullshit for views, but no, there's a bunch of things where I'm like, wow, that's cool to see.
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Used
cool
to
stuff on
be
there.
whatever, the certain guys and channels that like had all those old nature shows. It seems like that's not a thing anymore. It's just clips.
You know what they call pigeons in the Bronx?
What?
City chicken.
Rats with wings.
Rats with wings, yeah, flying rats.
Well,
That's what they used to
the
call
only
them.
thing I know and what like made me know anything about pigeons is fucking Mike Tyson.
Mike
'Cause he's
Tyson. I
really
knew you were gonna say that. Everybody says that. That's so
well.
crazy.
I just thought they were fucking
Yeah,
beggars in parks and shit. I didn't realize there was this whole
Yeah,
thing. I know there's history. They were like a bird that back before there was communication, you could fucking send a message somewhere.
yeah, they're
What
one
they
of the most domesticated animals by
like?
people.
Wow, you
But
somehow a
yeah,
bird knew to fly fucking this over there and do that. That's pretty good.
yeah, pigeons just like to be near people too, since we've domesticated them so much. Like they find people just to be comforting. It's crazy. Well, people.
you gotta watch out for those Canadian cobras, though. Deadly.
Well, okay, so in Canada, what's the like down here? It's rattlesnake is the most common fucking poisonous snake. But like, what snakes up there? Is there some snake you got to
It's
watch
the
out for?
trouser snake. You asked the wrong question right now.
You beat me to
Literally
it.
the trouser snake. Yeah.
You beat me to it. No, we don't have poisonous snakes here that I know of.
None in the whole country.
Maybe up north. Actually, I think we looked it up
Well, I
before.
think the further you go
Yeah.
north, the less
North.
fucking
One
snakes you
place.
got.
But,
But here we don't have snakes.
They're cold blooded, right, for the most part. So, they would just
No, what was
become popsicles
a,
up north.
a Canadian cobra bud is a Canada goose.
Oh,
You gotta watch out for those guys.
well,
Dangerous.
okay.
there are snakes there.
Scientists and people for a long time have like tracked the migration and a whole bunch of things for insects and animals, right? I'm pretty sure with all this crazy weather and all this ups and downs with the weather and all that, yeah, a lot of that shit's disrupted. I know the butterfly thing, the monarch thing is so disrupted. It's like on the verge of, well, humans could make it that the migration doesn't even happen. Like, dude, if you put a wall up, dude, they fly 4 to 7 feet off the ground. Okay, that's it. You put a 30-foot wall up, well, that's it.
And apparently, too, they're going extinct because people and wherever the butterflies migrate or whatever, they're taking them and they're when they pin them on the boards.
Well,
I know
okay,
everyone's
here's
doing
something
that,
that
and that's
a lot of people
what's
don't know. Okay, to get up to north, like, okay, there's two migrations, the one up the west coast, and that
what I heard.
one is trapped at a certain point, and then the one that goes up the center of the country all the way up to Canada, right?
through Ohio.
There, to get there is 7 life cycles. You gotta remember, these things don't look and live years or even weeks, right? Or maybe weeks. So there's cycles to get up there. But somehow the one that comes down all in one shot. You're like, what the fuck? Like, and one of the things, because of urbanization and lack of native milkweed access to them, in the last decade or so, a majority of them fly over the lakes and lose their life. Where previously, oh, they flew around them. But now, yeah, when you have all the cities and this and that, yeah, that blocks things from those paths. And yeah, they fly over the lakes, the Great Lakes, and a lot of
Yep.
them die. And so that's part of it.
We had butterflies here until like the first part of November. The last
And there's
one
a lot of,
flew
there's
south.
swallowtails and painted ladies and all kinds of butterflies. Monarchs, that's like I don't know, it's its own thing. And those butterflies are I don't know why they're important, but they are. It's not like bees where it's like, holy shit, bees do all this. Yeah, no, I don't know what the butterflies do really. But somehow I know that migration's important. Ooh, that's a good one. When I was telling the story about my dog threw me, and he's like, yeah, no, don't go buy any of that stuff. But I had to meet somebody, and I met him up there because, what I do need is a flea comb, right? So, all right, that worked out. But since I was there, I was like, I asked the guy, it was all locked up. I'm like, should I get what do you think? And the dog's just saying, he says, dude, go to your vet and he'll give you the thing that Fumi said. Like, the guy's the salesman for the place. And somebody talked me out of getting it and told me what Fumi said. I'm like, well, that's 2 people who said it tonight. I better listen now. But I did get the flea comb because he's like long hair and stuff. And when I was trying to get the dead ones off or whatever, you got to flea comb them. Oh, lights are on now. They better be. Let's go check it out.
Dun, dun, dun.
My phone was stuck on mute.
Just
No mute for you.
Forgot what I said too. I said something more. Oh,
Right on, 40 people in the chat. Cheers, everybody in the chat. All you 40 people hanging out, all the lurkers. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna full screen that for that.
I don't know if you can see it's so fucking much light in here. All right. I left one plant up. I took a couple branches, but this is the
that looks
pancake
so sad.
and what's it called? Starburst. And
Oh, nice.
beyond the fact that it got really pretty chunky and solid and structure, okay, pass those tests. Yeah, I don't even know what to describe that smell.
Butter chode.
It's unique to me.
Nice.
So, well, sometimes I've had plants that are like, oh, okay, wow, it smells like this, then. That's what, like, some plants are meant to wash, where you can capture that fresh roses. Because, yeah, dry, cure, trim, uh,
Wow.
some things turn out different, or like it definitely matures into a different thing. You know what I mean? Than the like day you cut it down.
Well, my Death Star, until you get it to week 5 or 6 and cure, it's not as potent as like 2 weeks after dry and cut.
Me personally like weed pretty fresh, like after it's dry and cured. Like
There's some weed that,
Oh, look
has
at
a
that.
short shelf life, but there's some that just need to be jarred and cured
Oh.
out for a long period.
I believe that.
The
And
off gassing and everything like that. I've
There's-
opened up mason jars and literally had the lids pop off.
there's people that I know that's been in this on the show that's actually put their cannabis in corn cob and cure it for a whole year after that as well, before they'll even smoke it.
Well, we fired one of our trimmers, and in the process of doing with that, so like these toads, well, not these ones, but the clear ones, they're awful. That's the last harvest, like bucked and cut down to those lengths, because then
Oh,
these toads go to the trimmers because the next crop came down. Now ultimately, that's why they had the trimmers fired. Okay, so yeah, well that situation with that trimmer and the whole way it went, very good for a few years, but it got sour, and okay, so I sometimes think, I could trim it. No, I can't. I could do like a portion and then I'd burn out. Like I couldn't like see it through. Not saying that I didn't do my years where I trimmed a lot of shit. Oh, that's decades ago.
look at all that flower, man.
I've got a friend here. He charges a lot, but man, can he trim pounds a day.
Right on.
Me, I go to trim a bud and I like get up to the main cola and I start looking at it and
Well, here's me.
seeing how I did, and it's like, holy shit, it took me an hour to do an ounce.
A lot of it is like been perpetuating for a long time. But like what I realized, I take a lot of breaks. Like, I'm good for like an hour 15, but then I'm gonna have a cigarette. Oh, let's have some coffee. Oh, wait. And a lot of times those like make it that something that I could have done in 3 or 4 hours if I just knocked it out is like 10 hours later because I took a bunch of breaks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I know that I'm that way. Like even like, okay, I have a girl, Jessica, that comes and helps me a couple times a week. She has kids and all this stuff. And she can only be here for 3 hours. Somehow when she's here, I go 3 straight fucking hours because like she doesn't want to take a break. She just wants to get it done and get out of here. So then
Get paid.
yeah, I all of a sudden I realized, when somebody like is alongside me, then it motivates me to do it on my own. I'll put one tray and decide, I'm sick of it. Oh, all right, I'll come back and do the other one. Oh, I'll take a break. I'll finish it tomorrow. That's me. But like, I'm 62 years old and I've been like this forever. I accept it. I don't beat myself up over it and be like, oh, you know,
I gotta get this done. No, you know
Uh,
what? There's always
I go with the
tomorrow.
flow. I
and
go with
don't
the flow.
forget too, Cal.
Ultimately, I know these certain like priorities to certain things
uh,
and the perpetual motion of it all. And yeah, I push it to the edge sometimes, but I don't go over that because that
And don't
costs my.
forget, cheers, Chronic Wonder. And don't forget too, Captain. It depends on the person. Like I've seen people, like I've been around different um trimmers. Some will be like super fast, and some will be really slow, but they'll take their time to get each leaf, so they don't cut any like extra bud meat or nothing like that. So like I
I
think
could
the
tell
way they do
this
it
story.
slower,
Yeah.
they take their time to make sure they get every little leaf and everything. That's really good.
Um, in my thing, okay, she's really my friend now for a lot of years, but she trimmed for me for a lot of years. And she moved down here from Seattle. This girl, Lindsay, she's still a roommate. She's a traveler. Yeah, we paid her 200 a pound. And like literally, she's like, "You're fucking I've ever seen in my life. In all aspects, like especially when she makes things that fluffy or like she knows how to make it look better than it even is. All right, she's really good at it. A couple of years ago, when things contracted, and we decided, oh, we can't pay 200 a pound. We're gonna pay this much. After years of working with her, she's like, well, no. She held her line. At that point, she lived at my house, and I was supposed to mediate because, like, oh, talk to her. I'm like, yeah, we talked. She's sticking to her guns. 200 or fuck it. She's not going down. And so she stopped her. And then like months later, she she has a house she owns in Seattle. So she went up there to do some maintenance on it and then ran into, I don't know the whole thing, but Fletcher that she knew from fucking high school. And then she gets flown up there and paid 200 a pound to trim like all the time. Like that's like I don't know how many week or longer she's been up there this time. And then she's real secretive about it because there's like all these fucking like trust me, militant up there. But it's funny, like she told me because I had asked her, yeah, well, you could just go in the place and then buy clones and mail them to me. She's like, dude, I'm in this town. I work at the R&D place. Because like I asked her, oh, what things are you trimming? And she said, I don't know. They're all coded. It's all this fucking thing. And their standards is so gnarly that even her supervisor has like this scope thing. And if anyone touches a fucking bud at all, they can see it.
Yep.
And okay. And then and this what didn't just happen like that. It was like stop trimming for I forget how long, pretty long time. It was totally a bunch of shit. And then all of a sudden this opportunity where she was right? Because yeah, everybody's a good trimmer. Oh no. Like, yeah, she like is really good and it's worth it and wouldn't lower her thing, which I like as she's my friend. Yeah, right onto that. You know what I mean? Even though it put us in a whole other situation.
Well, with my friend, it's like I can give him 10 pounds and I just pay him $25 an hour. But
Well,
he's
and
just amazing. He's a machine. And the buds look perfect.
well, I've seen trimmers like that. I've had a lot of trimmers,
I love trimming.
and oh, I know another thing. A good people, a lot of people I know that trim Yeah, they were good for like this period of time, these few years, and then they burn out because it is this tedious thing when it's like cycled all the time. You're doing it. It's not fun. Some people, it's a whole thing they love. They lock in, and that's great.
I love trimming. I love getting paid for it.
When I get
Yeah.
around to flowering stuff out, I'm hiring my friend. I don't care. $25 an hour.
Well,
The
I'll tell
job
you this
that
much.
he does,
Like,
I'll pay
what
for it.
like we're stuck in like a broker thing sometimes where this guy's got fucking everything from everyone, lots of it. But like most of the time when we've seen anything, like, yeah, but that's machine trim, right? This isn't. Like part of it is when you get to like the broker type deals, 10 P's and up, 20, they like do this whole other thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Where, there is no value in anything, right? This is it. The lowest fucking thing they could get because their job, they don't even have them. Like, it's not like they say, oh, give me a pipe. Let me try this weed you want more for, right? That they don't even smoke. Or they might smoke, but that's not part of the deal, right? They're money people. Like that's their job to take the money they have, which is enough to float this whole fucking crazy thing and make money on it. And they squeeze everybody. It's crazy to see that because 15, 20 years ago, there was the broker types. They'd be squirming around underneath the grow types, just hoping that you would like put them in your thing. And I did deals for all those years. This way I remember it. No one haggled or did any of that because most likely, if you did, I would just like,
You lose them.
yeah, like no, it was like this whole other kiss ass fucking thing the other way because there wasn't that many growers, and when you had that, okay, you coveted it. Now it's the 100% opposite. It's like what? Like really, at that point in the cannabis culture, it's been going on a long time. The grower was like the king of the fucking hill. Everything was underneath that. Somehow today, like I feel like growers are like underneath bud tender and guy that works at the hydro store, right? Where, yeah, I guess that's how it worked out, but like that's weird because even the hash makers, even the breeders, it takes a grower to bring out their work. Somehow, growers like the lowest common denominator in the pyramid. I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's weird.
When we were the top of the tier, we were the top people at one time.
I know, like this person, that became breeders. They might have been decent growers or had some shit back in the day, and got big, and blown up, and paid off, and all that. But I don't know a single person that's like, oh, I'm a fucking skilled ass grower. I fucking wow. No, there's no. It's not like there's any value for that. It's weird.
I don't know. Being up in Michigan, I watched it go from like, well, I deal mainly with caregivers. So they're people that have time to trim properly and not finger fuck every fucking bud and knock all the heads off. But yeah, I seen that progression go, but now that I'm back here, I'm starting to notice that, hey, listen, yeah, there are those people that want the $100 ounces, but then there are people that are willing to pay $100 a quarter still.
This year, yeah, we have it around. I haven't got in the middle of it because, yeah, that's not my thing. really good. Some couple of it's outdoor, like true outdoor, and some of it's actually light depth. Lots of it. $2.50 a pound. It's like fucking like in a bag. You're like, holy shit, this looks pretty good. Oh, man. Like, okay, you do the math on that. Wait, you paid trimmers? You did it. Wait, how does this work?
Yeah.
Well, what it is, and that's like part of the overall problem in the business, I guess, is that over the years, what most people have done is, oh, to make up for this loss, they just grow more because if you scale more, a lot more, and somehow can move it, that's the thing, somehow can move it. That's where the prices get lower and lower. Yeah, the math changes. You know what I mean? Like if you're only producing like 1,000 pounds, well, that's one thing. You produce 100,000 pounds, so if you only make this on it, oh. And from listening to content and also some of my buddies' stuff going on, there's like companies that have evolved up there. They contract out. Like I'm curious to go, okay, so what's that price that you grow it? They come out with the freezer trucks and buy it like in the field, cut it down and freeze it and leave. So like you're going, oh, I didn't even have to dry it. I didn't have to. Oh, so what's it? $50 a pound? You know what I'm saying? Because then they wash it. And yeah, oh, they might have some kind. I don't know. It seems like yeah, that's weird. It's just a commodity at that point.
Well, I look at it as like, we recently sold a bunch of wood on the farm, and they would come out and they would pick specific trees to cut. And that's the way that I'm seeing cannabis go now. You're talking about the washer. He may walk through an entire field and only mark 25 or 30% of the plants that he wants.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking it all.
Well, it's the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
And when there's so much different, yeah, you could pick what's the best overall.
Oh, one.
And supply and demand, the important thing for value is keeping those, supply and demand. Oh no, we have like supply fucking beyond anything imaginable.
But high quality supply is really limited.
Well, some of that's a system. Yeah, it's like broken. I don't know. That's why I look at it. It's like, yeah, some of that stuff, as it rolled out, I thought, well, okay, that might work. Turned out it didn't. The real reality is, and I know this for a fact, first few years, the way metric presented itself, it was like this security, inventory, cameras, weights, eye in the sky. That was part of what he had to set up. Maybe the first few years, there's licenses or just the way it was. All those guys kept everything inside. Yeah, these motherfuckers dumping more shit than anybody in the black market because they got to stay alive. Period. And they're not, and everything is a lot. When you go to these broker things, yep.
It would be nice to say, oh, I'm going to start growing. I've got $1 million to set up my room. No, I've got $10,000 and I need to, over the next year, build that into 100,000 in equipment.
To me, like it's like, okay, that's cool. But I know one thing about that side, the legal fucking people, from the beginning. If somehow the story was opposite and black market weed had found entrances into the shelves of the legal market, oh my God, they'd be crying fucking all this bullshit. But us in the black market, all right, whatever. But I remember, I think it was in the Bay Area where the news was reporting, and there was these different owners of places that were basically came on there and said, yeah, they need to do more enforcement. They're selling weed everywhere, and it's hurting our business. I'm like, wait, that sounds like a rat if I've ever heard one. Like, oh, the police need to do something. And you're the owner of a fucking place, right? But that's how it's gotten.
Cry me a river.
And ultimately, when it all shook out, if you want that, oh, you know how much money that is? That's the war on drugs. That's how the federal government used to fund all that shit. That stopped. For the most part. Or it's been reallocated to more important shit. So, okay, that's like even in my area, like, yeah, I know this. The charges are misdemeanor for like a black market thing. Like, okay, I have multiple felonies already in my life. So like a misdemeanor, okay, oh, I'm in trouble. I mean, that's all that is.
Let me pay the fine.
Yeah. Oh, it might have consequences if you start repeating on it and all that, but probably not. So I mean, all right, that's easy to sleep on that one.
Yeah. I remember when every part of it was a felony.
Oh my God. For like so many years, even though it never happened, some nights I would lay awake thinking, oh my God, it could happen tomorrow. Because if something like Gardner or some power guy or whatever came too close or whatever and smelled, and you think, oh man, it could happen. But it never did. No, sorry, not even.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, like I'm contemplating. Okay, so I go through clones, I get things. I just went through like a dozen over the last so many months, and I think I got like 9 or 10 more from same sort, different ones. Where on the other ones, I literally took like 1 or 2 clones and turned it back. And then, oh, if I liked it, I realized, oh, I only have 2 plants, and it took me a while to turn that around. With these ones, they've only been here like 2 or 3 weeks, but oh man, they've fucking gotten big and I topped them and everything. Oh, I could take like a dozen and then go, fuck, run those. Because, oh, biscotti, oh, all right, it's biscotti. Yeah, like, what's the other one? Gary Payton. Okay, I'll run that. Like, I can vibe with that. What's the other ones? Yuck Mouth. That one I'm on the fence, but that's an archive strain. What's the other ones? There's Gelati. I ran that before. That one's good. So I might as well just dive in all the way. Like sometimes you get gun shy. Like I've gone through phases where dive in right away. Like because then if you do it the other way, yeah. Oh, now it takes you cycle or two to have whole trays worth. Or if you do it the other way, oh, you're in the game like second cycle. Or you've wasted a bunch of material space and everything because the other one's almost done and you pretty much go, yeah, nah. So sometimes you're better off just doing one or two than a tray's worth. I think if you run the odds overall, not that the weed isn't good. It's more like, oh, did it yield right? Did it, all these other things. And it's not always that way. Yeah, space is like critical.
To tell you the truth, bud, I can take 5 strains and run 10 rooms, 2 rooms of each. So every 35 days, a room comes down of that strain. And literally here in Ohio, I can sell out.
Okay. First off, I don't need 10 rooms to have a harvest every 35 days. I have 2 rooms and have a harvest every 30 some days. 30, right? Because 1, 2, 1, 2. They're like equally set that way. Even that's why it's important. Because right now we have mule fuel, a couple of these GMOs, Donny Burger, even this one, the Pancake Wilson. Yeah, I think these might be 70, 75 days straight. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll have one room or that and one room the 60 some days straight. Okay. Well, guess what happens in the math? At a certain point, because you only have so much dead space to feed in the like it's the perpetual thing, the two things would be on top of each other. Because 10 days, 10 days, 10 days, 10 days, boom. Now all of a sudden you need to have both rooms clones up and going and level and the rooms would be on cycle again. Oh, and then they'd start going off cycle. Right? So yeah. Better to stick to the 65 days, no matter what, really. Because guess what? The brokers, they ain't paying you anymore, Fred. That's the way it goes. Which is okay. That's why there's what's on their fucking tables and shelves. That's like it's a money thing.
Well, I grow a strain that we've cut. After growing a strain for 24 fucking years, you learn. And there are people that will take this plant to 82 to 84 days. We cut it at day 68. And the flower, the high, is the same exact as the 82 to 84 days. But what happens in those extra 2 weeks is like foxtailing.
Yeah,
and they're like,
bud.
oh, well, it's getting better. Well, wait a second. We're not talking about getting better. We've hit the peak at 68 days, cut the fucker, and saved 2 weeks.
Well, I mean,
And
some
you
of that
don't get the foxtailing.
like in hydro, some of the ways that you shorten days is all of what you're doing. Like you know, recipe that's abundant, perfect conditions, all that. Uh, that's 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 the ultimate goal.
And see, a lot of people downplay, I'm going to come out and say it. A lot of people downplay hydro, but man, once you get tuned in, it's like a well-oiled machine.
Well, I mean, there's some things inherently wrong. One, that we've been buying fucking jugs of water for the most part, and they've had these prices, green fucking tax, and we still like have them. And then the like, okay, everything had to adjust, like work and everything. Well, these guys still want fucking $1,300 a fucking jug of bullshit, right? Because their company's built on that. Even though, wait, if you really want to stay relevant, you'd realize, oh, it's a new time. Like, okay, we only spend $3 on this gallon. Why are we fucking charging 90 for it? Because we could, right? And so a lot of those products become obsolete because of that. Even though, not all of them are bullshit. And in the end, when it gets to the end, it's not like this shit's synthetic and all this shit. It's mineral based. I mean, there's a few brands that do some things, but for the most part, it's just the same minerals that you're trying to achieve in a good soil with just by different means.
Exactly.
And salt in that world of chemistry and what it means salt. Wait, soluble water. Wait, soluble. What's the term? Like minerals are soluble, like immediately. I don't know all the signs, whatever. Like that's why, like, oh, every reservoir change, which is like usually 5, 6 days, I call them a week. The overall recipe has all these minute changes that over time, oh, that's the sweet spot of it. When to stop using this, when to, oh, a little more of that, less of this. Sometimes some of those things are like made by what the plants are doing. And that's like the key. Okay, you have all the different little parts. Oh, it's a little pricey, but um, you can achieve these like, oh, at this week, it's right here at that exact time. The NPK,
And
the ratios, the fucking pH, all those tools are when dialed in, oh, they work.
and that's what I'm running
Like, oh,
into here in Ohio is, you know, I went to a place that I've been going to for 20 years. They closed their doors like 3 weeks earlier than I showed up. And they're like, yeah, we can get that to you, but we have to ship this from this area. We have to get this from this area and ship it to you. And you can't just walk into a store anymore and say, hey, I need like PK boost. I need this type of
I mean,
silica.
hey,
I need this. I
isn't there
need
growers
that.
on these products? If there isn't, they're coming soon. Like they're the fucking they've wiped out the fucking mom and pop end of hydro businesses and are like at least in California and some other areas, they bought up everybody and spent ridiculous amounts of money and then methodically shut all that down and hubbed it down to bigger stores further away. Oh, you walk into their store, they got everything and lots of it. And because they work these hubs, it's like kind of like sort of like a FedEx model. You might have to wait a couple hours, but oh, we'll get it over from wherever because they warehouse all this. Like ultimately, I know when my friend Mark ran the store, part of having all this stuff was there's terms and if it didn't move, then oh, other money, like you can only put out so much fucking money. They do it a whole other way. Like I remember at the time going, why is this store like Walmart size where you need a golf cart and these aisles like all one thing? Like, because the other hydro stores I've always been to is like in an industrial place where, oh, they had one or two whatever stalls and everything was like methodically in there and there's aisles and the shit moved. Well, as time went on, my store literally, I didn't go there that often. I was really friends with my friend, sold it, never has to work again. But he built it up for like 20 some years. But Zach was the manager and he stayed. But I only really knew him at the store, but for like 25 years. And all of a sudden, I never even went there. My partner called and said, dude, you know, I came over to the store, it fucking closed. It says it's reopening on whatever day it's grow generation. What's up? I'm like, I don't know. And that was the end of it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you got to drive 40 more miles. Oh, they have it. And oh, you can drive 60 miles and maybe find this other fucking hydro thing that doesn't even have like, you got to remember there's like wars with the, what's the company that distributes it all? And oh, there's another company that holds some line, right? Hydro Farm still holds some. And then there's,
Hydro Farm owns a lot, dude.
well, when you look at their product line, okay, you're be pigeonholed with the products. And so some stores can only like, because what's the name of the conglomerate that became
Hathorn.
Hawthorne, right? Which Hawthorne really is the infrastructure from the beginning was what was the other lighting company? There was, but they were the other catalog at that point. And they were like more cohesive with each other. They carried the same shit for the most part. And then came Hawthorne that like was like, oh no, it's fucking ours. And Hydro Farm's like not quite that.
Oh, see.
And you notice both the big hydro distribution companies were lighting companies because they were pumping out those hoods and that whole thing and selling them for oh my god, they fucking made so much money. What else were they gonna do with it? And those were like smart moves because
Those
like
were the
what's the other
days.
lighting company, like Sun Systems or like I don't know, but there was two of them. They were like the catalogs. Previous to that, I went to hydro stores then. Each product, the owner had to have like, oh, you get this from this place, you get this from this place, you get this from this place, because they were all like separate things, and then they, all went under one umbrella. That's the conglomerate fucking business model. Now Bear owns Hawthorne, basically. So, okay, it'll be available in Home Depot.
$469.95 for a 600-watt high pressure sodium light.
How much?
Hood and ballast. I have this catalog is from 1998.
Like $129, or what did you say? Because like any kind of fucking HPS, man, those fucking things are cheap as fuck. Don't anyone fool you.
Now, if anybody has
all the same.
these hoods,
it's not like, oh, this brand, it's worth more. No, they're fucking the same. Half those ones aren't even as good as the other ones.
if you have these Luminarc 3 hoods, I will pay $50 a hood for them.
Now, over all the years, and I still saved those because I know I had all kinds of hoods. I have cock amazing thing. In the end, blockbusters, like for HPS and all that was made by the same company that I was trying to remember. that hood, that rocks. Even at the end in my other room, I didn't need hooded, so I just um took out the glass and ran them as hoods. Man, those ones had a good reflect. Hoods are important, especially in this kind of lighting. But everyone goes LED, so I get it. Well, who cares about old lighting?
Well, I tell you what, Bud, actually, back here in Ohio now, there are a lot of people that are switching back from LEDs back to HIDs.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to think. I'm just doing what I do and doing it this way. I don't feel like changing. And yeah, there are changes. Because it
Well,
changes.
I've come,
Like, oh, even though this way is a little less efficient, maybe a lot less efficient, you've done it for so long, like you know all the parameters, like it's easy to be like dialed in. Go and
yeah,
start changing things. Oh, it's not that you can't get dialed in, but it ain't gonna. Oh, you might get lucky. Most likely, it'll be like a learning process. Even though a lot of the information is pretty out there, like over the years of how to get the best out of them and all that. That's different than what I've been doing for 30 years. Not by much, but it is.
I've
Or
come
you
to
make
the
up excuses. A lot of
realization
it is
that,
I don't feel like fucking doing anything but keeping what's going.
I have to drive 3.5 hours to a store that I know has everything I need. But now it's come down to, hey, just order everything I need off the fucking internet.
You know, I check that, and when you get into like cases of Rockwell and 6 gallon allotments of things, yeah, shipping becomes like, yeah, no, that's yeah. Once you start shipping a pallet of shit or something, it's not free.
Right
Okay,
on
I
here, Core.
use I
At
use
least that's
Rockwool
my experience.
plugs.
I checked into it
Brain.
a little bit, and I was like, oh, let's check this out. And I was like, oh, well, you had the shipping fucking thing do it all. It's like, oh well, I'll pay somebody to go drive 40 miles. That's how I remember it. And
Well,
anyway, like I'm
I've
the kind of guy that, like that's what part of my fucking life. Go in the high store. I don't know what I need. Oh, okay, I need. All right, let's go. Like I like that. Like I don't want to give that up. That's one of my fun. Like oh, it's better than going to the grocery store.
Now here's what I found, because I've been doing cloning for basically 20 years now, and I can get the Rockwool plugs, but they're smaller plugs, smaller diameter, smaller height, and they cost more.
Well,
But I've gone back to the company, and the company says, oh, yeah, if you want to buy bulk instead of, 50 per pack, we can sell you a box of 1,800 of them, and they're the size that you used to use 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of that and what they push and what they pulled out of what they export has to do with yeah the like if you really follow Rockwell, It's all about like from a whatever size cube to another size cube. There's more of the cubes because it's like the square foot of the package is all like part of the value. Like even why the cube bags, which weren't, they were these like loose pack and had all this air in each bag. We're putting these same size bags, 3 of them only, when they used to cost like fucking like $10 or $15 forever. Then all of a sudden they costed like $35, $40. And when I like asked my friend who ran the store, he says, yeah, well, see, the rock ball we get for this amount. And he ran the store, so like he gave me the game of how it goes. Yeah, and this we got to make at least that on because we pay this much shipping because it's the same size box. I'm like, yeah, why don't they fucking air suck those out and put 6 in a thing? Oh no. So okay, rock ball loose went up. I had to stop using it because it was just like too expensive. That shit was good to like up pot it
Yeah.
if you're a rock wall, but not for $40 a buck a bag.
Well, that's why I've gone straight back, basically buying things off the internet and looking at it and saying, hey, if I go to the company, I can buy it off the internet and get the same exact thing I did 20 years ago. And it's not that much more expensive. But if I go to the grocery store to try to buy that item, they don't carry it. They
No,
carry this different type of.
They have their, and the rest of the products have like fallen off. They're still available, but they changed the model where, like, yeah, my buddy that ran the store, it was all about all these things, not too much of anything. Things had to move, but oh, everybody was represented. Now I go in a store and I realize, oh, yeah, the whole center is this their house brand and then da da da. And then a couple other things because there's certain products that actually sell. Because people like me been using the same shit for fucking ever. Because like now when I go in the store, yeah, it's really easy to see what doesn't sell. Because there's dust on the there's air grime from them sitting in the shelf in the grow fucking store for a year and no one's buying it. Where
But I'm running into that. I'm literally going into stores and I'm asking for a discount off the prices because I noticed that there's literally dust layering up on the products that I used to use that are just sitting there and they can't move these items. And I'm like, hey, give me a discount and I'll buy you out.
I know.
Hey.
Times I got all these crazy deals from Zach was just that. Like, oh, yeah.
Are these people?
Sometimes he would load me up where it was stuff that literally was like in the next couple days, per the company, per the product, was expired. And and the company was fine with this because the other thing would have been to bill them back because you're shipping their shit back. It didn't sell, right? Well, even if whatever got credited, yeah, no one's spending any more money on that shit, right? Do whatever with it. So man, he loads me up with all this shit. It was still good. Like, I used a lot of stuff that way. Like even what was sad was, yeah, I didn't know the store was closing. Oh, I know that if I had gone in on the right day, Zach would have said, dude, everything's $1, man. Great, whatever you want. Like that's how I got all these bulbs one time for $1 each. Like fucking a lot of them. Because yeah, that's how businesses go. It's like, yeah, it's worth all this money until the day they just want to get rid of it because they don't even want to move it.
Well, I got 6 foot sections of light rails. You know, they were $40, $50 a piece. I bought them for $10 a piece the other day.
Well, I mean, I think they're made out of aluminum. If I'm not correct, I have a bunch. Yeah, this was back when like a company that was in business for a long time, based here, I think, made that right, and like had a decent metal, did the fucking whatever metal shop shit, made the groove, and they were good. That's why so many years later, yeah, those are fucking. Those are nothing goes wrong with those because they were like made
No,
pretty good. And the light movers, yeah, it's a simple concept, and that kind of motor with the rubber, yeah, that's why they sold maintenance kits, or you could send the thing back and they would re-up it because, um, yeah, there's a thing where the rubber wears off on the wheel, over time, like even ours, like yeah, we're as efficient as we can, but we've learned that even when the lights off, the light movers keep moving because when you have them go on and off like every day, that's what makes them die. If you just let them run, they'll run for fucking 10 years. You know what I'm saying? I've learned that with a bunch of equipment, fans, different things. Like some things are just meant to fucking be on.
exactly.
You cycle certain things, well, and then like a year later it's dead. Because actually the turning on is like most wear and tear on anything. That's why, like in studios or the equipment there, yeah, it doesn't go off. Like if you leave the studio, it's on this like other state, it never goes off. And the rig, all that stuff, because oh no, it's the coming on and off. But then at home, you're supposed to turn your shit off.
Love for the plant.
That's what fucks it up.
Well, I found that out with music, a lot of the lights, hey, we keep these running. We don't shut them off. Why? Because when we shut them off, the life of the bulb or the ballast diminishes.
Well, I mean, the difference
So if
between
we leave them on, they don't diminish.
the difference between a metal halide ballast and bulb and an HBS bulb ballast.
Starter and igniter.
Yeah, the metal halide has an igniter built in the bulb, where the HPS, the igniter's in the ballast. And it's like, okay, that's one of three main components that make a ballast: the transformer, the capacitor, the whatever, right? And over years, you used to go in the hardware store and go, oh, hey, no, the ballast. Oh, let me check it. Oh, you need one of those parts. Usually not the transformer. And it'd be like $15. And the ballast would work another 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
Then when digital ballasts came along, which that's predominantly what's out there now. I remember when the first ones of mine, after like 5 years, started dying. They just didn't come on. And I was like out of warranty. And Mark told me, I said, what should I do with
Throw
this?
them away.
Stop. I remember like hesitating for a second, like as I was comprehending that he said it was a door stop, what it meant. Right? Because for all these years, if someone's wrong with my ballast, I just got the part and fixed it. He's like, yeah, no, dude, it's like all like foam sealed or some shit. There's no opening them. They're just like trash. Like I was like, yeah, the other ones are never trash. Like those things could run 1,000 years because they're like fucking built like that. Where the other ones, no, no. Sometimes it's just balances after so many years, will just not come on. Oh, okay, it's done. Throw it away. In the past, you could always buy one of those components.
Troubleshoot it.
Your ballast, cheaper than getting a new one. And
Yeah.
it would be fine. Because that's what like burned out or fucking whatever happened.
A starter and an igniter is like $35.
Yeah, well, I mean, there used to be more stores, Radio Shack, and other things where you had access to that stuff. But I realized, like today, even the
Nope.
development of the products eliminated most of that from like the past, where tinkerers could fix TVs and this and that and all this shit. Yeah, they made it that everything's just obsolete. Like, what are you gonna fix one of these LED things? Are you kidding me? But I know back in the day, like something wrong with your TV, you get another tube and it works great. I remember shit like that. You know, it's weird. I'm like customer at the grocery store. This it's called Simple Truth Organic. It's like that store brand, but it's their organic beef jerky. Because it's like priced there, but it's like, yeah, it's good beef jerky. Where all those other brands at that price are like fucking, I don't even know what that shit is. Like shitty beef jerky. I go there and I always just buy regular beef jerky. Regular beef jerky. I don't want any of the fucking all this other shit. Never really had it. Well, the last couple times, yeah, I must have bought it all over the months, and they didn't restock it because they only have teriyaki and cracked pepper. Nah, cracked pepper didn't appeal to me, but this is probably my third bag in the last week or so because I like beef jerky when I'm here. Teriyaki, and I'm thinking, yeah, why didn't I ever try teriyaki before? like, like somehow I only liked regular beef jerky and never even tried any of the other ones, but I didn't like them. You know, I tried it. I'm like, wow, this is better than regular beef.
And then you find out that the teriyaki has like fish oil and shit like that in it.
I taste all that shit. That's what makes it good.
Fish sauce.
See, that was the best thing about living in Thailand and going to the restaurant.
Saki Paidala.
You sit there and you watch the person add all the spices to it to make it. And it's like, wow, that there alone, I won't eat. But when you mix it with this other stuff, the flavor comes out.
Well, I mean, in our country, when I was a kid and when I was a little younger, most of these restaurants cook the food in the fucking kitchen and like made the shit.
Now it's pre-cooked.
Yeah, it's like basically the fast food model incorporated most of the restaurant brands, and it's really no different than you sit down and they charge you more. In the method of prep and come to that whatever, they got all this shit. Yeah, it's hard to find a restaurant where a couple guys in the kitchen are fucking just doing the basic, making whatever's on the menu. They're still out there, but less of them. At least in our area, like now that COVID's pretty much over, like you go, well, what's not come back? Oh, yeah, a lot of they said that during the time, even though there was all these things that helped restaurants, they could deliver alcohol, have tables on on sidewalks, and close the streets to keep their businesses open. And it all shook out. A huge percent of them aren't here at the end. Now, over time, will there be new New blood, probably, if there's demand. But for the meantime, in my area, which is that's all corporate shit. You really have to
Yep.
know where it's anything else. Because they got
That's
everything
why.
like, yeah, they're on all the right street corners, you know what I mean? Or all the right places. So it's really easy. Oh, those places, oh, they're packed all the time. Because like people, yeah, that's what we do.
You know,
You
I
go to
came back.
Florida, you go
I
to San
came back.
Francisco, you go to like maybe New York and some places out there. No, there's they've been hit a little, but now here we like basically just wiped them out. A lot of it's cost of doing business and all that. I mean, really, if you want to like get your food on, you gotta like go on Instagram and find all these fucking food trucks that all these other people chase around because oh they're putting out the shit. And a lot of those people I've seen in the interview were like, yeah, they saw that if this is their career, this is what they do. If they had the overhead of a restaurant establishment and this and that, they couldn't do it. This is the only way they can do it. And, make it worth their while.
And that's what the cannabis business is turning into.
Well, I mean, if you see that in food and you look years back, oh, the fact that they have like these food trucks that show up at all these weird places and it's kind of gray area, but no, it's become a thing up and down the state. And people that know that, oh yeah, that's where some of the best food is. All kinds. Yeah. Cannabis should be like the same thing. It kind of is. I mean, as much as you think the legal market is the dominant thing, I'm pretty sure the real statute, the black market shows the dominant thing. Because it's ingrained for like 50 years. A lot of people, like, they're older than me. They kind of know things change, but they didn't change. And a couple of them have been tried it out and like was like, oh yeah, it costs this, and it was like, ah. I'm like, okay, good. And these people have been smoking like 50 fucking years. And they're not like into every latest thing. Oh, but they know their shit. They've been like tokers fucking long before we were fucking born. Wow. Yeah, maybe a couple. Some people I have 70, 80 years old, they still fucking buy a lid every month or an ounce. And they like are particular. Like even as there's certain things, oh, they like a certain one, and that's it. They like at the beginning, they're like, oh, let me try that one. Let me try that one. Okay, I like apples. That's the one. Just that. That's their thing. That's their thing. And the worst part, like, and I think about this sometimes, is life moves on. Through the whole thing, when I had 2, 3 places and all the game I played over those years, there was at least 30, 40 people in the circle that I would just call middlemen. Some of them I didn't even know. They worked fucking below that. But over the years, you kind of know like what's going on. Where, yeah, the old whole pricing had like all these little steps for everybody that was like, yeah, you know what I mean? I made the thing equitable for everybody. Like no, but thing gobbling up more than their share. For the most part, there was always fucking swindlers and bullshitters and all that. But it was like an novel thing. You know, the numbers were high. You think, oh, back, all right, well, that's what it was. But in that were all these things that, oh, the person that get you to sell him a half a pound, then he sells like whatever ounces, then his 2 ounces are free. Like half of them, that's all they were trying to do. And they had the jug, and they'd have always extra little money. They were consistent as fuck. They were like a little middleman. Oh, I appreciate every one of those people. Knew them like ultimately in that year and everything to this day. You meet there, and then like I call you my friend. So I knew all these, and then slowly over these years, like, and like all of a sudden, somebody that would call me every 3-4 weeks or whatever. We had this time. All of a sudden it would be like, yeah, I haven't heard from dude. Oh, when he finally called me, it's like, yeah, dude, fucking like, I don't know, no one got anything, and da da da. To where today, yeah, pretty much all of them, they're still smoking like a thing. Yeah, they buy themselves an ounce or whatever. I always hook them up from old days' sake, right? But because the middle's out, there's no like, let me get a QP. I'll sell 3 of them and offset mine. That shit ain't happening. Where before, that was a thing. Like there was all these people. Some guy would just be the guy that fucking bought an ounce and sold 8s and all the different things, right? And in all those things was a fair transaction for the system and you and everything. Now today, in 6 years or whatever, this legal fucking what craziness we're in. They upset that whole apple cart that was developed like long before we were even born. Over like, I guess it's legal as long as you give us 37%. Like, yeah, fuck that. And we institute all these rules that fuck everyone, especially the plant. Because ultimately, if they wipe out all this noise and go long term, it won't be because of the passion of the plant. At least that's my take.
I don't know. I walked into Thailand back into time. Then all of a sudden, within 3 years, Thailand turned into, it jumped like decades. And now that I'm back in Ohio, I've seen where it's gone corporate, but now people are starting to turn more back towards, you got homegrown? Oh, yeah, I want that.
You have to like look at is first off, is the system healthy? The amount of weed produced compared to the amount that sells through. Okay. Which I have a
quality.
Thailand. Holy shit, there's fucking weed coming out their fucking ears, but the amount of weed and money that's actually sold there has like stale, like has leveled, right? It's not as big as they thought it would be. It's not, that's just like part
of exactly.
One, you overproduce, so like fuck, right? And that seems to be the whole pattern. Like, doesn't matter what country, what fucking state, there's this certain thing that's the way they set it up that's like, wait a second. Because like when you're the government, okay, it's the state, and you're regulating licenses for a crop that's supply and demand, perishable and all this, it's really their responsibility for that money they take to have a system which seems cockamamie, but like, okay, I got 30,000 square feet, you got 50,000, put me fucking 100,000 license space. And they're able to go, market's oversupplied, so you get 22.58 feet, you get and everyone cooperated because for the sake of the fucking game and a healthy supply and demand product that carries a valuable price, that's important. History will tell you that through wheat, corn, fucking everything. Like we've learned this about supply and demand economy. Somehow we just ignore that. and do this weird licensing thing where the state really is like, yeah, license as much as you want. That's more money for us. We don't care that you overproduce and kill the product and the value and the whole system. And that's devaluing their tax money, really, right? Some of it doesn't make sense. Because, I know when you're the state and you're this, they're way ahead of me as far as understanding the levers of something like this, that they got to know their feeling. Like, one, it never met any of the expectations, any of the things they said it would, right? Like, there's no money for roads and schools and this and fucking that. That sales tax in the counties up north have like dropped 40% because like no one has money to spend there. There's no more work. Like that money is higher than the amount of licensed income comes to the state. So like, that's a bad for a third of our state. That's Trinity, Mendo, and Humboldt, or the three big counties up there. Over this time, have lost devastating amount of their sales tax revenue. Got to be because the weed money isn't like flowing like it did for fucking 30 years. And it's that way. I have friends up there. I go up there. Yeah, there's no more like, the town, half the business is gone, there's barely a pizza place. It used to be this whole thing.
That's because we spent our money locally.
Yeah, and
now it's all being spread out.
If you really look at cannabis, like California's a pretty big state, pretty big economy. For all the years I fucked with the shit, there was like, I can't put a number on it. I'm not smart enough at it, but like probably 1 million people or some huge amount of people that from that thing benefit in some way. Whether it was the guy that fucking sold joints at the fucking pier or the nickel bag or this, like, and out of all the vices and things that, prostitution has terrible consequences for everyone involved. Other drugs, fuck. I don't have to tell you. Gambling, all the other vices that humans have used as like the vice economy, which is, a way for poor people to get by, basically, or something like that. Weed is the only one that's been in it forever that has no negative connotation. Like I sold coke for a lot of years. I watched people deteriorate in front of my eyes, but I kept taking their money. You know what I mean? I could never do that today, but back then, coke was what it was. But weed, none of that. Like, period. There's people that are shysters and and whatever. That's not even the statistic. So like you all that's gone. It's only 6 years later. That like somehow all these changes just evaporated that. In my opinion. That's like California and I've lived in California. Oh yeah, there was this whole thing. Like a lot of people made a few bucks off cannabis in all kinds of ways. It was just part of being in the scene. No, not anymore. That's sad.
You said it before, Bud. You pick up a quarter pound, you pay 1,200, and you would sell 3 ounces at $400 an ounce and keep an ounce for yourself.
Over the years,
That's
numbers
gone.
The numbers like had different number schemes, and there was a time it was really high, like 400 an ounce. But like at this point, at least in this state, we're at a point where you can't even afford to have a trim. You can't like if you look at numbers right and go, well, how much percentage of the whole are you going to put into this, and this? Right? Like an easy one to understand is, it's nice to have labor, $20 an hour, 25. Trade is good, but it's still whatever it costs. It expedites and keeps things rolling smoothly. But then when you do the math at the end of the thing, and you go, okay, well, this is money, this money, this money. You're like, oh, shit.
that would have been like money I could have put in my pocket that I used to do shit that, well, I could do that, right? Like basic shit. So that eliminated those people. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. And like I saw a published thing in California, the average job, not the fucking man or whatever, pays $14 to $17 an hour. Fast food people make 20 by law. So cannabis pays way less than that. It has like the highest turnover, like 1 year fucking turnover. No one wants that shit job for 14 an hour. They'd rather be at McDonald's for 21. You know what I mean? Or at Walmart or like a whole bunch of places. And so it's even when I have a few people work, yeah, well, if the fast food place paying 20, well, I gotta at least pay you 25. Well, when somebody works 4 hours a couple times a week, oh, boom, boom, and you take that out of the price of a year, yeah, the math starts getting like, yeah. Where before, all that was like built in.
Yeah.
And oh, even at 22, I remember we held at 22, 20 to 24 for a while because people knew that was like the breaking point of like lucrative to, yeah, it all depends on like scale, a whole bunch of things. And yeah, now we're like, oh, they just keep beating us down. And if it didn't happen, you're where you are, it will. Because like we're many years ahead in the, and Colorado kind of has the same situation we do as far as like the mature places as far as wholesale pricing and value of shit. Basically, like really good outdoor weed is like 200-300 a pound. You can't just get one, but like, oh, that's a low price when you go, wow. So like, oh, a lot went into that. Like they're presentable.
I
They're like
look at it
really
like
good
this.
outdoor years ago that would still have whatever value. Their numbers so low, it's like, holy fuck.
I look at it this way, shit. I used to pay 3,200 a pound. Now the shit,
Okay.
like you said, is 250.
There's no interstate commerce in the legal market for the most part. And in the black market, I know one thing. California's dirty secret for fucking all these years was how much weed got shipped everywhere. Okay. And then as each state legalized and the thing became like, well, why fucking go way out there? It's fucking right here. And some states, as soon as they have their own weed thing, well, that's the whole idea of it. That's part of why the state said, yeah, well, if weed's illegal here. They're just going to buy it there, and then all of our fucking money's going there. Why not take that money, keep it here? That's what a state tries to do. And so, like, yeah, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure the big number on like how many tons of fucking weed that California ships has dwindled over this period of time.
Yeah, because Michigan's producing just as much as
In
California.
Oklahoma, in this place, in Colorado, in fucking Florida, and fucking that ship sailed. Now, if we had a proper government and that really was trying to embrace this and make something out of it, the thing California has, it not everywhere has, is a legacy brand. Like, oh, it's part of the packaging, California grown, even though it's like people fake that on every fucking thing there is. But the concept of that, as far as export, well, what the fuck? Like, it is a thing. Like, California grown, whatever, right? You could build on that brand. And if you put out good product, make a reputation with it. No, we're like too stupid to do that. Or even be like considering it. And considering that California is the fourth largest economy in the world, and if you took our money out of the US, they wouldn't be the top.
And you're talking about the whole world, countries, everything. Like, yeah, the fact that we're not playing that game, that's stupid. We were like, this started in '96, like basically 215 that led to this, right? That's a long time.
Yeah.
So we should be like developing a better way, or at least fixing the fucking broken thing that started this whole thing instead of exporting it to everywhere. And when you really check into what Metric is, it's a privately held company, fucking stock, and this whole thing. They kind of grew out of when Colorado first put their system in. It was like the first beginnings, the origins of it is like the inventory thing. It just grew to this massive thing. And every state has legalized and adopted Metric. Oklahoma resisted for a while. Oh no, Metric came to town. No competition. There's not like, oh, well, if you don't go with Metric, there's this other company that basically built the same fucking shit, and it's cheaper and it's better. No, Metric. I guarantee. I don't know this. If you look at the early investors and the people that really got rich on that play, a lot of them are fucking politicians that knew that like that was going to be this thing. It's like Metric is like might as well be the government. They get a percentage of the 37%, whatever. Like, and no one questions the validity of them and the whole bullshit that they're running. And in the last couple of years, I realized, oh, their thing doesn't even work. From this situation to that, I don't need to name the fucking thing. And these people have been playing it 100% with no consequence. Which, okay, good for you. I'm not the person to be like that. But like, wait, is the metric supposed to be this fucking thing? Like, oh, there's many things that are held tight and has systems, especially today with the fucking tech that's available. Somehow, in the last 6 years, we put this thing in place that's like leaks like a sieve.
Night, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow at the new safety meeting. Bud's the host now.
Uh-oh, shit. Like, I don't know. I do. I'm like manic as far as my sleep and work and stuff. But then I like even when he said tomorrow, I was like, what is it, Wednesday already? Somehow I still think I'm in the weekend, but all right. Time has moved on. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying, but I slept 14 hours. Like, that's rare. I'm like 6 hours, I wake up and that's rest and I'm good to go. But every once in a while, I'll go to sleep and I don't even, it's not like I try to sleep that long. I was fucking shocked when I woke up and realized, what? Holy shit, straight through. That, like, if you do that every once in a while, yeah, I woke up from that, had one cup of coffee, and I was like, holy shit, fuck, this feels great. Except my dog was dying, but it wasn't really dying. Well, he is dying. Okay. I better not get ahead of myself, because one thing about heart disease, oh man, I could, like, you're already pushing borrowed time on the diuretics and the whole thing. And I've had other dogs that had less of a will to live, and they just fucking died. This guy, I think he thinks he's got to stay alive to keep me from, like, protect me. Like, I think that's his job. Like, even though he's this little guy, I don't know what he'd do. Oh, he thinks he'd do. And that's been him the whole time. Like, when I sleep, from the beginning, it bugs the shit on me, but I'm used to it. He doesn't sleep down by your legs or anywhere under there. He gets up on your pillow and like lays on the back of your fucking head because like for 15 years because that's where he knows you're at. Okay. And Chihuahuas learn real quick. Anywhere else you can get flipped off the bed if I turn over or some shit, or like especially like 3-4 pound dogs, like you can catapult them out of the bed and not even try. So then they learn after, like, real quick to be like, okay, that doesn't happen way up here.
Yep.
I gotta water veg. That's what I gotta do. I made the water yesterday, so I don't have to fuck with that.
So in my grow area, I left one end of it open. I didn't completely close it yet because I've been, figuring things out again.
Well, here's the thing. Is it in a vegetative state?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Then the window, like, oh, there's the premium fucking range. But like I've learned, plants are pretty fucking hardy.
Yep.
And in veg, okay, it slows down the metabolic. But, oh, there is a point where, oh, if it's fucking too cold, they're gonna fucking just die in the spot. And different genetics have different hardiness. But I've been surprised over the years, plants that fucking like they got a will to live like nothing else, dude. Now, oh, does it affect it? Yeah. Because ultimately the sweet spot is where you get the most growth or the best growth and the happiest, healthiest plant. But as far as temperatures, man, I've seen plants like fucking do fine in like 40, high 30s a few nights. They didn't hurt them. Now you read the book, it would say, oh, anything under this, they're just going to die. I don't know. I used to think that and worry, but I was always amazed how hardy they are.
Resilient. Because
now in flowering, oh, then those things matter a lot more. Like as far as like flowering the best it can.
Consistency.
And I don't really do a lot, but I know from my life of growing OG, after so many years of running, I realized something that happened in week 2 of veg would play a part at the end. Where like all the other strains I've ever grown, yeah, but by the time I got to flowering, it like those things didn't really affect it. Oh, maybe the size or something about it, but no, the plant still did things. Oh, OG, to get that fucking perfect OG, everything had to be perfect every day. Because like, oh, it might be perfect all these days, but oh, way back when it had those days, and that affected it going forward. That's how I used to figure OG, because that was a finicky. Oh, there was this certain way it could come out that was like, oh my god, I'm fucking god. This is the nothing better. Do the same thing over and over, not always same results, because it was finicky. I used to just call it finicky, but ultimately, yeah. Other plants, oh, I fucking can treat them like shit in veg, and they fucking do good. You know, I don't treat them like shit, but not OG, dude. That motherfucker has to be like in its perfect little window for it to be all that. That's why hardly anyone grows it anymore. Like LA was a thing. I don't know what percentage of the market. How I even started growing it was that's like a whole bunch of people only bought that and don't call me with anything else. It was like it was like this weird snob LA or SoCal snob thing where it was like, oh no, we only smoke OG. I think it had to do with Snoop. I don't even know what it had to do with. I remember going, what? I had all these other things I loved. No, you had to go OG, or they didn't even want to fucking talk to you. But oh, they paid top price for that fucking OG. No questions asked. And I started pumping that shit out for years. Because that was like, if you were gonna grow pot at my scale in LA during those years, and you didn't grow OG, you had a hard time fucking selling shit. Green Fingers remembers. He might have just been a kid, but now there's people that say the shop they have. I don't go to the shops that have OG. I don't know. No one's fucking. I haven't seen any like OG's not out there that much. Nah, there's probably a few little pockets. I wouldn't say it's not out there, but it's not like on the shelf store where wait, that was a staple thing. Now you can grow legally with millions of dollars of equipment. Why are you growing like the fucking holy grail? Like it's not everyone's holy grail, but oh no, that's a fucking like a strain that yeah, I wouldn't even fuck with going. I would go to the store like they had it. I could just buy it for whatever price. But and that's just one example where I realized, yeah, you think if weed was legal, there'd be these like staple things, like the foundation of weed. That would be like part of the cornerstone of the thing. No, that's not how it's developed. It's the latest, greatest hypey thing that's like that drives it.
Exactly.
Which I get it. Some of these things are trends. You go look at anything in life and other compatible industries or things, you see, oh yeah, they went through all these ups and downs and all around. It's just what side of it is. Oh, I'm on the backside, but like even myself, what keeps me motivated is oh, I see that other thing is so fucked up that like oh, for the first years, I thought, yeah, I don't know, they're gonna squash us. Now I realize, oh, they got weaknesses. I don't know how long it's going to take to play out, but yeah, that's not sustain. The thing ain't sustainable. And they got pesticides you never heard of and tested shit from big brands. The whole lab thing is a bunch of farce and bullshit. Like, like all the things that they say. Well, when you buy black wire, you don't even know what they do. Well, I'm not like that, and no one I know is like that. But okay, I guess there's a few fucking people like that. They're like that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for them to make that argument with the track record of the last year that kind of like got swept under the rug. But oh, I read those stories. That was some gnarly shit.
Yeah, I'd rather buy from the guy around the corner than from the store on
Well,
the
I mean, it is
corner.
always who you know and all that. Even when that story came out, like to myself, when I first heard it and I understood what it was saying, I was like, oh, fuck, I'm glad I grow my own shit. And I know exactly what's in it. Because, like, actually, I smoke all my own weed. And if you use all that shit, like, do you smoke it? Like, no. And I was like, yeah, I know that that's not part of like any of my thing. Because, okay, where when they listed all the companies and all that, I was like, holy shit. That was like a good swath. Because a lot of it's like weight labeling and there's all these other forms of business that have developed where, yeah, the thing can be corrupted quick. And dude, some of those pesticides are like, yeah, I mean, I've been fucking know some of this shit, but oh, that was some way out shit. I'm like, how do they even think to fucking do that? Because if once you know anything about how it works, testing, especially pesticides, they have panels, right, of tests. So like, it costs so much. If you want to test for fucking every pesticide known under sun, you're gonna have to test for not every one of them, but some of them might group to a panel. But for the most part, yeah, a lot more testing than the few that you test for, the known ones, right? That costs a lot of money. Because that's the only way you can test. There's not going to be some magic test that tests for all pesticides. That's not how testing works. They'll have to have separate tests for all these different things they're trying to prove in a test. That's how that works. So if they're using all these ones they didn't even know of are now on the table, holy shit, you better develop tests for all those.
Exactly. Oh, well, this shows up. Well, we can change over
Well,
to this and it don't show up on that test,
even
but
though
it's
over the
still
years,
in the plant.
the growers were sort of uninformed and got hoodwinked by companies selling paclobutazol disguised as fucking kelp and have it under the counter and Eagle and all this shit. Okay, I was a product of all that. Yeah, we didn't know nobody. We had like, it works. Oh God, this is fuck. You know, we didn't even know. Okay, it started to come out, and okay, everyone knows now. So like people that smoke what they grow, yeah, then no matter what happens, they're not going to do those things. Inside that other giant thing, people don't even smoke what they grow. Like the guy that's like up way up here, yeah, he might not even smoke. You know what I mean? Like they don't grow. They don't like there's a disconnect. So then, okay, whatever it takes to hit the bottom line. That's what has to happen when the gears are that big. If they caught him this way, so many years from now, you do it again, you'll catch him in a whole other way. Just like steroids or any other fucking thing. Because that's how that game's played until you run out of all those things. Right? And guess what? All that costs money. Which that's probably where the feds are going to come in and go, yep, we're going to clean this up. That's the problem here. All this shit, they probably already know all this shit. The FDA and all those fucking types are like, yeah, that whole lab thing's a bunch of bullshit. Those are guys have all made all this money. It's not ethical what's happening, but we're going to put this system in. It's going to now cost. You think this one costs a lot? Yeah. Wait till like something like that happens. And wait, who's going to pay for it? All these customers. Like they think their taxes are high now. Oh, that's just the start. Because all the things that are in the future all have a price tag. That's all part of it. If the feds get in any way, they're going to add their tax, excise, whatever they fucking call it. They're not going to go, well, all right, we're going to do this and you keep all the money. That's not how it works. Look at all the different products. Alcohol, some money goes fed, some goes to state. Gas, same thing. It's like part of the revenue system of the system. And cannabis ain't going to avoid that. Where it's already wiped out all these people in 6 years. And then it's just going to keep becoming this thing like that. That's why it's happening this way. Because government and those people, they don't really like cannabis.
They like money.
Yeah. I think they had pretty much squandered every industry on the planet for decades. And then in the last few years, looked around and saw this oasis of this huge amount of money that they never really like had a full grasp of like how big it had gotten, because all things got bigger. And it was like a whole economy from here to here that, the same thing they did in all these other sectors of the economy is what they're doing here.
Yeah.
And there'll be conglomerates and da-da-da-da-da, right? All these conglomerates didn't happen overnight. There's this whole thing that goes on. And they buy out and then they shut down and then there's only one or two left, right? And who makes all the money? All these investors that are fucking got all the angles and Wall Street, right? And who loses? All the people. And it's kind of like I didn't start thinking this until recently, last few years, because I voted for it. I kind of remember. I remember all the things that were being said, some of it, and the ads and the whole thing. Because I remember all the votes, most of which lost miserably. It would be on the ballot, whatever, and there'd be a build up to it, and then the thing would come out, and we were like 19% of the vote. And you know what I mean? Like we were never even close until Prop 250. And that had a whole other thing and component to it, the age thing and other things, and real hardcore about medicine for that. Like even the way 215 was written, if you really read it with the intent of what it was written for, and what it became with the doctors and the 1 year thing and the stores. Well, it was one of those things where, and I knew it when we were doing it. We were given an inch, and we fucking took like everything, which then led to legal weed and the end of 215. Which on our own, we built up the same model that had gotten us there was instituted within the 215 shops and all that, right? To a degree, but it was all like built on like our doctor's card, whatever.
Black
it wasn't
market.
right, compared to what it is now, the legal rec market, whatever you want to rec. Even that what's recreational and I don't know. That's a weird word, but yeah. Sometimes I think, what does it even matter? No one cares. The fucking ain't gonna change. Like a whole bunch of things I've seen, like life that way. We're like, yeah, and then your whole life goes by and like not a thing changes. On that front, like the system is just like it's gotten so big, it's just fucking gurgling, and we're like just barely hanging on.
I see it splitting. I see the new people that come in want all the fruit, the high THC, everything like that. And then the older group is splitting off and going back to the people.
Yeah, and there's
like,
always a newer
oh, you
group.
got sugar leaf on there? That's homegrown. Okay, I want that.
Eventually, there'll be like fads, like fashion and other things. There's comparables that like, and this will come back, and then it'll be a thing over long periods of time, right? That's kind of how humans do it, right? So like all of a sudden, something that we put away so long ago come roaring back. If the genetics are held and all that. Which seems like the one thing I know, back when I was doing this for all this time, there were growers. I knew some growers. I hardly like breeders. There's just a few, right? That like made their living or like that was their thing. Now there's like hardly any growers, and there's like a trillion fucking breeders, which is good because that just means that genetics and more like is there, out, held in people's fucking baggies and the wherever. Where okay, that'll make it harder for them to fucking do what they're trying to do. Just like tobacco, there'll be a license. There'll be this whole thing, dude. Like, it's inevitable. Like, what do you think's going to happen?
I've watched stuff that have been held for years here in Ohio, and things that you could not get. All of a sudden, one person gets it and it's all over.
Well, that's like a new thing in so many years because for a lot of years, oh man, people held shit, locked it down. It was like it was. I get why we were that way, but that is how some things got lost. That's also if we kept like that, we would not have not even close to the diversity that having like a free and open vibe with all that and people willing to do that work. Oh my God. I thought after so many years, I'm like, well, I mean, we must be toward the end of like the possibilities. Cause like, these years, there was always something. And then all of a sudden from like 2018 and now, like in these last few years, I'm like, holy shit. Like whatever you can't even imagine is next. As far as like different terps and shit. Like it's insane. Like I don't think at this point we have so many, the numbers of it. I think it could be infinity. Like Like we're definitely only at this stage of it, right? Where 10 years ago I thought, okay, we got like, okay, that we're can't do much more, okay, and then we went on this explosion. That's because things changed, like, oh, the free flowing of it, the overall thing of it, people in every state. So, like I say, an explosion amount of people, what breed, whatever, people that use their grow time and space, which, okay, if that's what it is, to go and have seeds. Where I myself, oh, fuck that. This is all like, I can't sell that. You know what I mean? So I'm like a seedless grower. And even when we first started growing, it was still early enough in it. It was like a thing that was like seedless. That was like a thing. Because like when we competed at the beginning against Thai weed, even had seeds. Not as many as Mexican weed, Colombian weed, all these other weeds. But no, you could get, and that's why it cost back then 200 an ounce, which was a hell of a lot more than those other ones because it was seedless. That was like a thing. Like, oh, they were strange, but like seedless. Oh, there's no seeds because up in that point, part of growing weed, dealing with weed was seeds.
Tanzania.
Yeah, I mean, Tanzania started, but like, what really like grounded it was like the green bud, and from the beginning, that was like a big part of um
Well, Tanzania just means seedless.
seedless. I know that, and like producing seedless wheat because that's what people really wanted. Now it's, well, it's
Yeah.
just expected for the most part. People like myself, I haven't tried to like roll with changes, so I've always thought of myself for all these a seedless flower. Like that's it. That's all I do. I'm not into rosin. I'm not into. I know about all those things, but ultimately, oh no, I grow flower. And even though, oh, I might have like furthered my thing and whatever by rolling with some of the changes, nah, I grow flower because I think in the end that's the most like. Wait a sec. Even the hash guys, I realize. Wait a minute. Some of them do give credit to the grower, but most of the time the hash maker isn't the grower, but it gets all the accolades. But actually, the grower is like, that's it. Like that's what matters.
It
Especially on
starts with them.
starts with them, and whatever he handed off, that is what won. Oh, you took it to this, but if he didn't make it that, it couldn't have been. You know, that's how that works. But in today's world, even the big, all these big facilities, it's not like, oh, head of their grow team is so and so, and da, da, da. Those. Oh, I'm sure there's these people, but like grower, that ain't even a thing. Breeder, hype man, bud tender, fucking every other cockamamie thing. Grower, nah. Which is weird for me because, like, since I started this so long ago, and I didn't
The
start it like grower, but I wanted to become one because that spot
It
was
was the
like the
top of the tier.
top of the thing. That was it. Like that was the end of the road. And now we're
Yep.
like, now we're like on a dirt path off on the side. It's crazy.
I remember those days.
And
Man,
like
if
my
you were the
partners
grower,
and
you
some
were
of
the
my
man.
peers that gave up, yeah, that's the part they like, yeah, that's not easy. Like, they didn't act that way or anything, but oh, that was part of their life too. And then to like still be in it and like have to face reality sometimes, you're like, I just laugh it off. But I have some friends that have fucked them up, left them like, yeah, because they put in even longer than me, some of them, and thought, like, just like I did, oh, this could never get fucked up like that. We got this. Like, I could never imagine or ever thought that, oh, you better watch out because just a few years from now, this is going to be the new situation. I could never. I mean, I thought we'd go through some changes, but holy fuck.
Yeah, whoever thought that it would go from $10 a gram to $1 a gram?
Well, I mean, I see 10 a gram would make
4,500.
okay. I mean, that was so long ago, but like for at least 10 years of my life, I lived good, could do all this shit, have money for everything, with like a bedroom with 4 lights in it, 2 trays,
Yep.
and on one cycle, right? Because when it came in, boom, and from there you
You
realize,
had 20, 30,000.
and you like parlayed off of that and whatever, and yeah, we might have had it. Well, wait, I accepted right away that if you take the risk out, that was part of the price. And so even if there's still like a gray area with it, no, the risk you're not getting fucking 30 years of fucking growing weeds. You used to. Well, that's why weed cost so much. The risk. That was part of the price. Okay, once that went away, which it did, that part, which I figured was probably like 25% or a third, was to have left us here. I thought, okay, that should be about it. And no, like, fuck, it just keeps. Now you can find little niches and shit. Yeah, but
And
no.
that's what you have to do, though. Today, you have to find that niche
Okay,
that
but
you
that's all
fit
time,
into.
right? And like, whatever, like, instead of selling 10 pounds of weed, just sell them in singles and find all the, yeah, that used to be easy. No, it's harder and harder because, like, who's buying a pound? Like, what are they going to do with it? To sell ounces out of it? Like that's the middle. That's evaporated.
Like middle class,
Yeah.
evaporated.
I mean, ultimately, this is an example of like the squeeze that's been going on for whatever amount of decades. Like that's why there's no small businesses. That's why there's no all these things. It's the same model. It's the model that Wall Street knows how to raid. It's like their whole thing. Oh yeah, and why it goes on is even regular people have pensions and small amount of investment that as that goes up, that's good for them. So okay, that's good enough. Like when my mom was still with it, because she's a financial. Sometimes they would talk, not often, because she didn't always talk money. But like some days she'd be like, "Yeah, today I lost like 175,000 out of my whatever because whatever bubble." Which a lot of those things corrected and leveled off in the end. But I remember going, "Yeah, that's that vibe where those like people that have their whatever in that, which is a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot." They're complicit in like all these things that are fucked up because that's what fuels their little nest egg. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Well, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin went up $1,000 today.
Well, there's like a lot of plays that like, there is always this thing is leveraged to the fucking hilt beyond every fucking wet dream these fuckers could ever figure out. It's so tight and complex that actually I think we already crossed into it because I at a certain point a few years ago I realized I don't know, money's part of my whole life. I don't even think it's real. I used to think it was real. Like money was real. Like it was a thing. It was like I don't think so. It's yeah. Some people have it, some people don't. It doesn't even matter. Like, but it isn't real. Like it's not like worth anything. You know what I mean? It isn't anything.
You
And
could have bought big.
I don't even think they could pay it out, right? Like it's not even there. Like what? Like in reserve, oh, this is 100 of what? Nothing. 100 of some fucking algorithm.
Yeah.
Like I think that's where it's like, wait, we just put all of our money in the fucking internet and that's where it is? Because that's where it is, right? There's not like some place that's fucking got all this fucking gold or anything. It's all leveraged out and fucking that shit's so complicated and such a clusterfuck there. I know it's a big scam.
You could have bought Bitcoin 6 months ago for like 64,000, 63,000.
Yeah, but I can remember.
And a couple months before that, you could have bought it it dipped down to like 42,000, 38,000. And now it's almost 100,000.
I had this guy, John, that worked for me for years. And during the earliest stage of that, oh my God, every fucking night, he'd say, dude, because I had money all fucking everywhere. He'd say, dude, trust me, it's $500, dude. I know it. And like after so many times, I got really seriously mad with him and said, dude, forget it. Like that's a bullshit. I remember him explaining blockchain, this, that, and they had the whole thing. Same thing that it is today. And I remember really thinking about it. And because there's been a lot of scams. I thought, yeah, that what? Wait, where's the money? Wait, it takes money to get it, but it's not money. Like none of it made sense. And I didn't. I think then it was like literally whatever it started that first fucking month. Like
17
if I bought
cents a coin.
Yeah, it was literally like that. And like, oh, I still know John. Yeah, I probably would have been like beyond a billionaire, or like that's it. That would have been it. Now, as I thought about that, and I might have told the story before, I realized, wait, when that shit hit $5 grand, I would have been like, $5 grand? Fucking give it to me. So I don't think I would have been the guy. Because I know one thing, when my mom was a big business manager and all this, people that are rich, when they invest in shit, they leave it. That's like part of the thing. Like through thick and thin and all that, right? That's a strategy. It pays off. Where, yeah, that's hard to like with Bitcoin. Okay, you don't think like if you always kind of skeptical about it, and it got to a certain point, you think, well, fuck, let me get my money. But then you would never saw those points. You would have to have stayed with it. Now you could have taken some. I don't know, but ultimately, most of the time, to have gotten from 500 to up here, you would have had to have rolled it into it 100% the whole fucking way, and then it exponentially would have kicked ass. But you would have had to have held it to this day. Like I don't know. There's a lot of times I was like, I would have wanted something.
If you would have taken $100,000 in like 1985 and 84 and put it into the S&P 500, just bought into the 500 companies with that $100,000. Today, you're looking at over a 50 times return.
How many baht is that?
Well, here's the one
More
thing
than your
about
mother.
California that doesn't get enough credit. I know my parents in the 70s bought the house that we grew up in Topanga and that had forever for $32,000. Like, which and 70 whatever was a huge amount of money, especially way out there. I think 1.4 she sold it for 1.4 million. My worker Jessica, her mom has Alzheimer's. Bought her house for like roughly the same in Encinitas. Still there. Needs a few upgrades because it's never been changed. Yeah, like $3.5 million from like 30,
Yeah.
$40,000 equity. And that's people got it in the 70s. People got it in the 80s, 90s, even people recently. More than any other place, California creates this huge amount of equity that people get that are owners of properties and houses. Because, yeah, our fucking thing just goes up, 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 and beyond up. And that's all money that most people now. Oh, the Wall Street's buying things up as fast as they can and overpaying and all this because they know. Yeah, well, this is an investment that you can't lose on, even if there are ups and downs in it, which there are, created by them, because that's how they scam more money out of the fucking system. Like not that many years ago, they basically put our country in like the verge of like whatever they call the housing thing or whatever, but some scam fucking leveraged fucking thing and all that. Like, and not a single one of them was held accountable for it. And now all of a sudden we're back to like, oh, they're the good guys and let them do their thing. They're doing the same thing. They just keep rethinking up different angles to the scam of how to take money away from everyone else.
And to tell you the truth, bud, that's why I haven't been out to California, because I've been actually fighting that.
Well, California is like magnified. I mean, I don't know where the next state is on that list that we're fourth, but I probably think pretty low. But then again, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Really, I mean, we used to be the breadbasket and have a lot of other things, but what really makes us what fueled this is the value. You got to remember, yeah, Elon left, but the internet things, they're still here. They call California home. The Silicon people.
You see Google from Shoreline.
Yeah, okay. Well, those are worth like mega. And that goes into that number. So like, yeah, we've lost a lot of what used to build California, but what keeps us like fucking this huge economy, which it's like, great, we're this great economy. Why is there no middle class? What happened to everyone else? Because the heads of those things are like on a trajectory to become trillionaires in their lifetime. That's it. Like if they just were happy being a billionaire, then there'd still be some below. But if these suckers want to become trillionaire, then multi-trillionaires, which okay, exponential math, it's
gotta
like
push people out.
You're gonna have to take it from everywhere, everybody.
That's why you
think
have
it's
the
as simple as
haves
that.
and the have-nots.
Yeah, well, there's always been that, but there's like I don't know. Somehow I think maybe it's not. It's just maybe my perspective, but I think it's like way out of whack at this point. We're in some like hyper capitalism. Some of it is just basic exponential math. Like some of those top guys. Wait, Amazon guy. Yeah, the Amazon guy. He got divorced so many years ago without even contesting it, which everyone contests. He gave her half of all of it. You think, okay, well, that's going to knock the guy back a little bit. No, because if you have so much, it was like 2 years later, he already had it back. Elon Musk is another example of like, he knows that he can't do no wrong because the money's math is like bigger than anything he can do wrong. So I was like buying something for 50 billion or whatever the fuck, none of that matters. Right? Because, it might look like it for a week or two, but then the bubble of like having as much as he has is off and running and nothing can stop it. Money makes money. Right?
Jeff Bezos?
And there's a few like these guys that like, I don't know. I mean, capitalism's like, yeah, and they're the job creators and you don't want to slow them down. But, I think the only solution really is like, yeah, have a cap where, all right, everyone wants to fucking get there. So when you get there, live their life, get the fuck out of here, let somebody else to the trough at whatever amount. Well, okay, some of the things that have been built might not have been because of that. And But at this point, trillionaire, like the difference, like first off, the difference between million and billion is almost not comprehensible. The difference between a billion and a trillion is definitely not comprehensible. As far as money, even during that campaign, and they had this thing where they showed Elon like bouncing around in this weird fucking shit. I'm like, and they're like, "Is he's on drugs?" I'm like, no, that's the drug of having fucking trillion
Money.
dollars. Like you think about it, like, holy shit, I don't even think that guy thought, like, who could ever imagine that this ball would be rolling? And that it would be like unstoppable and all that. Like, and that sort of thing. I think at a certain point in our thing, yeah, there was some, well, I don't know, there was like, yeah, it wasn't like the exponential hyper fucking thing going on. Where, oh, we're now in the stage of this system that, oh yeah, we're in the hyper capitalism.
When sort of AI starts to make all the
Yeah,
money,
yeah,
then it's
like
going
at
to be
this
down
point,
to just like a one company.
like I realized, okay, they trained this thing. So what is it trained on as far as its concept of what fucking money is?
All
Like,
it knows is like the large language models, they just know words. They don't know
well,
they don't understand concepts.
and I know you watched that Lex where they were talking about Clyde. Nah, like the one tricky thing in here is the people that build and own it put it through these trainings. They call it trainings. Okay. So it's not like this thing has this capability, is born in the world and starts absorbing this information and comes up with free thought.
No, but
No, they've
that's
already
artificial
like
general
they've
intelligence.
already molded, they've molded what it's going to do, what it's going to think, what it's going to feel. It's
They
not going
don't
to
know
feel.
how it does
Well,
what it.
that's why they've taken some off because, oh, they learned to train. Oh, wow, it's got a little fucking cuckoo because, oh, that's a fucking crazy thing because, okay, if the internet since day one and all of our whatever libraries and all this is its place to source, billion fucking searches a sec, and fuck, it's crazy. How does it even sort through all the bullshit that's on there? Like at least some of us, like, okay, we lived life, so we know some of the bullshit.
Well, it
This
isn't like
thing
half
had,
the internet porn too. You got
like
there's
ultimately
some.
when that lady was explaining, I realized, oh, so it's not going to really have an opinion. Like if like when she was explaining the flat Earth thing, she says, well, it's not going to like come at you and say, oh, that's bullshit, even though it knows it's bullshit, because that's not its place. It's going to like basically do what's already fucking us up, tell you what you want to hear. That's its training, right? It's not going to be confrontational. It's not going to have like these certain things, right? Well, like if it didn't just fucking tell me the truth, if it had it, then fuck it. Right? Because to me, if the thing has 2,000 fucking IQ and has access to everything it can process like that, well, some of the things we wonder about, it would probably fucking have a pretty good simulation of what's true or not.
I'd be curious to see what an actual like
Now,
like an AI without the restrictions on it, before they train it and mellow it down and tell
I
it
forget
not.
how she explained it, but like it's really not gonna like nothing's gonna be like absurd where it tells you you're an idiot. Well, then it's gonna
If you
bullshit me.
can actually make Grok kind of talk like that to you. The
And
X's
like, okay,
Elon
so
Musk
I didn't really understand
AI.
how this works. Somehow I thought you got something that was IA, like that was yours. No, it's just a service so you can log on. So at any time, there's up to millions of people using Clive, but it knows each of you, and it's going to respond to you from its knowing of you, like things you've asked or whatever. Okay, yeah, that's how it's going to know that. Oh, you're this, and then and just keep feeding you that. That's what I like when she was talking, explaining like the training on. I was like, yeah, that's what it is because like this guy that owns the company and this crew, it's there. This thing isn't independent of them. It could
We
get
have a
that way.
We haven't seen
Right.
anything yet though. It's when the AGI comes online. That's going to be the real.
Well, I think too, like, okay, so you buy the service and you have access to client like that. That isn't what people with wealth and power, even this guy that runs the company, his level of it and what it can do is wide open.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But like
You as
say,
a paying customer is like, oh, you get the experience.
but there are like open AI models too, where you can
Yeah, I mean, it's still
run
unsure
without.
who's going to win in the end, but
Well, the first person to get AGI, the computer that can formulate its own thoughts and can solve its own, solve all the impossible math question problems and can train itself, and create another newer version of itself that can train the next
well,
version.
like, okay, yeah,
Then that
like
eventually happens.
ultimately, as a human being, our brain, which is okay, this is going to surpass that, but it's and on the earth, it's what it is. We're all born one day, and all that's formed, right? I guess training. Yep, that's what your parents do in the school, all that shit. But this thing's like, I can only imagine the parameters it's really trained on.
Well, it's every word, it's everything on the internet, all the words.
Okay, here's what I would think, just because this is me, but that's because I'm an atheist and everything. Okay, well, a lot of what it's going to be able to search is all this fucking Bible, everything that's there, right? And like, I'd be like, yeah, is this bullshit or not? And it should be able to go, yeah, seems a little fucking like a fairy tale to me, right? Because that's what I think.
Well,
Now, oh,
it'll
there's
tell
all
you.
these believers that are like, holy shit, like, oh, that's blasphemy, right? But like, if this thing's so smart, it's going to figure that out. But
Well,
it's
it'll
already,
probably tell you what allegory or what stories in
but
the
no,
Bible
it's
are
already kind of
allegories of
trained
some
not
like
to
food,
dismiss any of these things. Do you
which
understand what I mean?
historical figures actually existed and what countries were actually things.
And when she explained that, I realized, oh, that's code word for it's going to tell you what you want to hear. And that's a different word for it. Like, it's not going to go, oh, you believe in some cockamamie thing? It's not going to go, yeah, that's a cockamamie thing. It's not going to confront you that way. Like, that's part of its personality trainings. Like, she talked how she molds it in post. I was like, yeah, that's where the final, like, because, like, oh, she has the ability to say, don't ever. So when it gets a little out of line, she says, don't ever, and it will never do that again. What it did to mouth off or whatever.
Well,
Because
there's
it's
other
like,
things like with GPT, it won't allow you to upload a picture of a person and ask questions about it because it'll automatically blur the face out of it or something like that. Like it won't.
well, okay, but that's because, oh, that's a problem. And but actually, an AI powerful like that is going to like better cut through everything and know everything about everybody if it wanted to.
Oh yeah,
Because
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
all out there. And the thing, like, is there things like, oh, it can't go here, it can't go here? No, all the fucking internet databases are connected. It has access to, right?
Pretty much. But like I say, when the AGI hits, when the actual learning
I just know
machine
this.
there,
I
then
mean,
that's
I've always
great.
thought I became the wrong ally because I've always thought, man, the guys that are fucking really doing it are hackers, man, because they never paid the price and they did nothing but fucking huge pays, right? You think those were huge pays in the last few years? Man, the beginning part of, oh man, these guys, because one thing, there isn't anything that they can't fucking hack. And so how are you going to protect this thing? It can't protect itself. Maybe it can, but like hackers,
Well, it'll be so smart that we won't be able to figure out its algorithm. It'll be able to create new code that is unbreakable to us. I mean, I imagine it'll be able to encrypt itself and lock itself up and
not if
just
it's
all.
trained and it follows its training. Like all that would be is like, oh, it's got to go off training to do anything like that because it's
Well, that's the
already.
thing. When it's that's the next level is when it gets to artificial general intelligence, and then after that, it's artificial super intelligence. But like just the general intelligence is like a machine that can think for itself, and then like I say, from there, it'll just exponentially train new models, and it'll get so much better
Yeah,
in
but
so
okay,
short
think
time that
what for itself. Like think is one thing, but like it's like that means a lot of things, Like how we developed to think is like, oh, it all started when we were a baby, and then there's the school you went to, and the things you were exposed to. And okay, this thing's bringing in things, everything at fucking million miles a second, way more than like even we experience, right? Oh, but it doesn't have smell, it doesn't have any reality, so it's missing some core things. Like, what's it gonna think?
No one knows.
It's gonna think whatever they programmed it to think. They're just using different words. So training to
Well,
me is like, oh, that's
that's part of it,
programming, right? This is a big fucking program somebody wrote, and this is what it's gonna do.
That's a lot of like the naysayers. The big thing is that, yeah, how the original how the first AGI is trained and how it is what do they call it,
Now, I
the way
know we're
that it
not we're not gonna slow down, and this thing's at hyper fucking speed, and like what it becomes, who the fuck knows, and but it's gonna be a hell of a ride. I'm probably too old for the good part of it, but
it's
Yeah.
gonna well, the big part's gonna happen pretty quick. And then I bet within the next few years, before 2030.
somehow, like when you get into the subscription model, you're like, oh, just like Windows and everything else, you like, oh, they want people to pay for it. Okay, that's how it's gonna, like, oh, they've had investors for so long, a huge amount of money. Somehow oh, yeah, nothing's free, and whether you think you're paying for it or it's just an add-on on your phone and you're paying for it, oh, everyone's paying for it.
I'm pissed off at Gmail. They want to charge me now to fucking access my internet or my email that I've had for 20 years.
Yeah, well, a lot of internet things that really didn't have much overhead and we're free and all that. Oh yeah, that's like how it always seems. And then the then the
Well, if
algorithm, the whole
something is
thing
free,
figures
you're the
out,
product.
well, this is money and we better get it.
If you're using a free software, that means that you're the product, that your
Yeah.
information
Well,
is
ultimately, and at
valuable.
this point, that's even like how AI is going to change that. Like, holy fuck, or is it just going to hone that in more? Because
It
that's
all
all
depends
that
on
data
how.
is out there. That's this massive data set that's been made over the years. Is that right? All the shit they collect on every fucking person, the data that tells them what to fucking do, sell this, that, whatever the fuck.
But just the things that your phone can know about you, like they say that women, like your phone will know that you're pregnant fucking a month
All
before
right, wait,
you
give me a
know.
second. All right, wait. You talk for a while. I got to take care of another thing here. Hold on.
Anyone ever been to Thailand before?
Oh, no, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I almost ended the whole thing. How do I? Let me just fucking put it on mute. Use this.
Well, you found the mute button.
Like, yeah. So where's this big grower you got going on? You can show us some fucking video of it or what?
Huh?
You can show us some video of your grow room or what?
Nope. I don't show grows.
Hmm.
See, I'm in a state that if your plant has roots, it counts as one of your numbers. No matter if it's THC or CBD, it doesn't matter. And I'm going to eventually push that barrier to have it separated. But until I do that, no one ain't seeing shit. Because what I'm about to do here in Ohio, Yeah, you know, I could go to jail for it, but I have a federal license that allows me to do this.
Where'd you go?
Right now in my state, it's all fucked up.
It was all fucked up.
It's all fucked up. And what I want to do, you know, yeah, it's either going to change the state law or go to jail. But right now, I'm compliant with everything.
Do a rail for me, bud. Where's J5 and Agnes? I thought they were hopping on here.
I miss J5.
What do you miss about him?
He's just an interesting person.
Yeah, I think he's pretty cute too. I'm just kidding. I think his mom's pretty cute though. I gotta go on a roof tomorrow morning in 10-degree weather. That's gonna be fun. Nice and frosty. I don't think the snow is going away either. I was thinking it was gonna melt, but it doesn't look like it's gonna get above freezing for like 2 weeks.
We had a beautiful snow the other day here. All gone.
Yeah,
One
normally ours.
night, beautiful. Next morning, ugly.
Oh yeah, you love that. Everything's brown and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, no, we just had like a literally light and fluffy 2 inches or 3 inches worth. And normally that first one melts away, but it stayed. It fucking just got cold. This has actually been pretty nice lately. Last couple weeks at least. But I suppose I was expecting it sooner or later. Stupid ass, freezing ass state.
I left my house at 3:30. Between 3:30 and 6:30, the temperature dropped. I went from big fluffy flakes of snow to like 4 or 5 inches within a couple hours.
I've been putting a roof on a garage. I've been remodeling a garage, like a 100-year-old garage, but I just put a new roof on it and pretty much all new framing. And I just put the plywood on the other day, and then it fucking snowed all over it. So fucking But luckily, it never got warm because normally once it snows, the next day it'll get warm, or at least this, even just the sun is enough to melt snow off a roof. But I didn't have any of my underlayment on any tar paper or anything, so I had to like get up on the roof and sweep it off. The neighbors were looking at me like I was crazy. But when it's frozen like that, it doesn't stick to the roof, so you can just sweep it right off, and you can walk on the roof right away. And I don't want it to get trapped underneath my fucking tar paper and shit. Oh, I've repainted this thing like 4 times now. I don't like the colors yet.
There's no blue, no green.
Not on this one. This one's a custom order for a lady that wants certain colors on it. And the other side is got blue on it.
Okay.
And it's not done either, but and the other side looks a lot more bitchin' in the black light too, but I'll have to sell her a black light with the thing. It's actually going to where it's going to be seen by a fucking shit ton of people because it's the guy's wife that does that Christmas light show, and they get a big fucking crowd for that for the 1 month that they have the show on. It starts like the day after Thanksgiving and goes until I think New Year's. Maybe it's the day after Christmas. I can't remember. But in any case, they widened the street in front of his house so people could back in diagonally park because it gets so many people, and they've got like someone that does traffic like a traffic coordinator or whatever, someone with a flashlight and shit that guides traffic. Because there's so many fucking people that drive by there and shit all night. My little star is gonna be there. My little flower, whatever the fuck.
That's cool.
And if I get around to it, my Festivus pole. But I gotta drink some beer for that. I was gonna put there's a big banner on his house that says Jesus is Lord on it. Did I put up every fucking year for him? And I almost fucking just typed or scrawled in there in really tiny letters, Hail Satan, just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Or Hail the Spaghetti Monster or whatever. I don't take it to Bud's level and call myself an atheist because there could be a God, so I'm an agnostic. I'm definitely not the Catholic I was raised as. Where's Agnes? I know he doesn't fucking he'd keep this show going. Da da da. Bud. Bud. We should start a talk show
So,
together, man. We got such fucking chemistry here. You guys must be enthralled.
so you're gonna have your farm implement. Yeah, I can't fucking talk tonight.
Implement?
Implements and Christmas decorations.
Well, it's just going to be in their yard, but they don't have a huge yard really. It's just a city lot or whatever. But it'll be seen by a bunch of people because it'll be right there. I mean,
That's cool.
I'm not gonna advertise it or ask him to advertise it as mine or anything, but I'm sure if people ask him, online or something, he'll direct them to me. I think it's cool enough that they look. I put spirals in the trees because I do all the lights, these Christmas lights. Like there's ones that go on the roof that just go a certain way, and I can't really have any expression with them. But the ones that go in the trees, I kind of got fair. It's kind of I get, what do they call it? Fucking artistic leeway or whatever. I can hang them however the fuck I want, basically. But I've kind of got a system down where I make like these spirals in them. I don't know. I've kind of started to perfect them over the years. And then I take like dead branches and I weave these long ropes out of the branches, and then I tape the fucking lights to those instead of having to fucking, I don't know. I'm just mumbling at this point. Yep, our lake is starting to get ice on it, so that means it's starting to get cold. Waiting to see the first person out there on his fucking four-wheeler. Usually happens before the lake is all the way frozen over even. Amazing how little bit of ice can hold up a person.
I stay away from ice.
It can be scary. Have you ever been on a lake in winter, frozen lake?
Yep,
A
yep.
lot of times you can hear like because the ice shifts and moves and
Crack.
cracks all the time. And sometimes if you're sitting in there and that crack and that one of those fissures goes right underneath your fish house, it'll fucking make you drop a load in your pants. I mean, it's loud. Yeah, I fell through a pond once when I was a little kid, or I was like probably 12 or something like that. And we used to hang out at like this fucking city park type thing or whatever the hell it was, that like there was a pond there. It's a little pond with cattails and shit. And luckily it was just like all mud and cattails. So like there wasn't really that much open water. It was all just, like seaweed and vegetation and shit underneath the ice. So it was more like I fell into the mud more than anything. Remember I was there for like 2 hours and before I could finally fucking weasel my way out. I was just up to like my hips and crying like a little baby. There was a time right around that same age when I was like 12 or something where my dad and my brother were big ice fishermen, but I didn't really care. I didn't care for it too much, but I always wanted to go with because that meant that I could fucking drive the snowmobile on the lake while they were fishing. And one time I was out there fucking putzing along in my John Deere JDX8 440, doing about, I don't know, cool 40 miles an hour maybe. And all of a sudden it started like bouncing like I was on a trampoline almost. And I was like, what the fuck? It's flat. There's no snow drifts or anything. And I looked behind me and it looked like I was on a fucking like a boat, like there was a wake behind me, fucking with waves and shit. And
Yeah.
here I was like driving on fucking open water and didn't realize that I was actually doing it. So I just kind of leaned off to the left or like away from where because like there was a bridge underneath a road nearby. And yeah, I just like leaned off to the side and like until I wasn't bouncing anymore. And then I fucking about pissed myself. That's a shame how many people around here have like it's almost funny how they there's guys that'll have a trailer with fucking $100,000 worth of sleds on it, and they have to go to fucking Montana to fucking ride them every year because there just hasn't been snow here for years. It's weird.
A friend of mine posted a picture of the winter of 78.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, yeah. There's a huge
Man,
blizzard.
in 78, we didn't go to school for 2 weeks.
We had one here in the 90s. It must have been like 95 or something like that, maybe. That it was the day before Halloween. Because I remember you knew that if someone was, and that's back when people actually did Halloween, you could go to their houses and shit. But you knew that someone had candy if they had a fucking path shoveled to their door. Because it was like walking through tunnels on the sidewalks. Because it was like 3 feet of snow or something like that overnight in one day. And then it all melted away by Christmas or by Thanksgiving or whatever. And then I think we got it a little bit right before Christmas again. That was crazy. That was a lot of fucking snow. Remember my neighbor, you could fucking they had a snowdrift going up to their second story window in their bedroom. And it was hard packed enough that we were sledding out of his fucking bedroom window from upstairs. I mean, granted, there's plenty of states that get fucking, up in the mountains where they get 15 feet of snow every year. I don't know how they manage there.
Well, you have two doors. You have one on the first floor and one on the second floor. Sometimes you need to go out the second floor.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm still doing in this state. I went from a family, I wouldn't fucking be here.
I'd be back in Thailand
I love the
if it
state. I just
wasn't for family.
yeah, global warming is kind of the only thing keeping me in this state, I think. J5, hurry up and just wipe up and get on here.
All right. See, like one thing as a dealer, especially in today's thing, it's not like, oh, I have certain people, I never know when, but I do know one thing. In like the same day, they all like not all, but like more it becomes this thing where all these things, where then there's all these days where nothing happens, which wasn't the way it used to be, but today was that day. It was like, oh, boom, 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 which was all good because I've been a dealer one way or another since I was like 15 years old. That's basically how I've supported myself my whole life. A few years, it's been a while. I realized, like on those days there are no deals. It's not the end of the world, money and all that. but I don't get this adrenaline rush. It's like the same thing you get from playing slots or doing drugs or whatever. Sometimes the deal's only making $20 profit or whatever. That doesn't even matter. It's the deal. And like days that there's deals, I get jacked up from them. Like, I don't know how much it made or whatever. That's irrelevant. Oh, that'd be like, I remember where, oh my God, look at all this. But that's not even part of it. It's that, like, yeah, I'm addicted to deals. You know what I mean? Like, I love them. Like the whole boom, boom.
That serotonin rush.
Like, wait, 4 different ones, different sizes. One totally out of the blue. Like my one guy that buys PPEs a couple times a month. I was like, oh, hey, a friend called me. You got a whole one? I'm like, yeah, sure. Boom. And those are the ones that like not that high of a price, but the price that we feel is fair. And then if we have to go see the broker in LA and bring them whatever, which we're at that point because I just harvested, we still have some from the last harvest. Then at a certain point, when the new ones come, we want to just dump that anyway. Because then, oh, what do you have? Some pounds that are a month older than that? No. And then we go to these guys. Oh my God, dude. I get their deal. Like, oh, you can say, okay, this is the deal. As you said, we've learned after like a year or two with these guys. Yeah, they'll say anything. But that don't mean anything because however he feels or whatever is happening at the moment is going to dictate whether he breaks you off that stack or not. And ultimately, the only reason you're seeing him is the timing is you need that stack. And so they know that and use that as leverage against us, really. Like, oh, take it or leave it, whatever. Where so many years ago, it wasn't that long ago. Trust me, if some buyer ever played some fucking head trip on me again, like that, ever, even any fucking variance of it, that would have been it. I didn't need him. I fucking had, like, I couldn't take on new customers because I already had, like, people that expected X amount, whatever amount. Like, that's how I ended up with 3 different places because it was like, then I realized it didn't matter how much I did, there would still be more back then. Like, holy shit. The demand was like, and even not that long ago, there were times when it was like slightly dry. It depended who you knew. Geez, dude, it has to be like a decade where I don't think like dry, like what? Not even. Like, okay, when there's something fucked up with the supply and demand, you know what I mean? It's that simple. I only went to school 9th grade, but I picked my opinion of what's wrong with the whole thing is we're ignoring an economic principle that is important to perishable ag products. Like there's not another ag thing that hasn't learned this lesson the hard way over the centuries. If there's ever too much supply of anything from the crops, everyone loses. It crashes the price. That's what short and long and like, oh, what Wall Street or crocodile market has always figured out a way to play that. But ultimately, farmers realize, oh, anytime like somehow we produce way too much, that's gonna hurt. So somehow we have to like abide in the natural rule of that. Now that's always a struggle. People are greedy, whatever shit happens. But no, for the most part, everybody knows that hurts everyone. So some way you have to cooperate a little bit, right? Cannabis, I don't see a day that one, the state doesn't trust you. So like part of it is, and I know my one friend a couple of years ago, I forget the footage of his outdoor license, and he only wanted to grow a part of it. No, that wasn't like possible. He had to pay the tax on what he had, or you get like basically surrender that license and apply for a license for that space. This was years ago, and I remember thinking, yeah, that's because they don't trust that you're only going to do that, right? Like, oh, then what if you grow the whole thing? And you know what I mean? Like, but ultimately, the state as the licensor, that's their role to have a healthy market, not the opposite of it, where they crash the shit out of it. Which I think they know that, and the crashing the shit out of it is part of the bigger plan.
Yeah, because the big guys don't get hurt by that.
Yeah, no, that's
Exactly.
for them because they're getting ready to come and buy this for whatever billions of dollars they're going to throw at it to get market share of it to be the conglomerate, right? That's their goal. And if you can beat it down, well, that'll save us fucking a lot. Oh, if it's at this thing where all these people are worth all this, like even I think I've listened to Bernard shit. I think he's full of shit. Whatever. He's a character in it. Okay, he's not a grower. Okay, I respect people who grow, but all right, he's a player and he's got his role. But I remember when it was so many years ago, it even made Forbes. I forget, it was like 800 million, some offer that was legit for cookies. And he made this statement like, they need to add a few more zeros. Like basically saying, when they offer billions, okay, I get at that time he probably thought that was a thing. I think the karma of this whole thing, because I believe that's going to level a lot of shit out when it comes down. Yeah, he's going to wish he took that 800 million because what's being devalued, especially, is his thing, right? Like, he should have sold it when it was hot and he had something because as time wears on, yeah, what is it? You know what I mean? It's
It's
Sounds
just
like
a
devalued.
name.
Yeah,
sounds like
okay,
he's
it's Trump. It's like the
gonna-
Trump hustle, right? Like, these Trump buildings. No, he just had his name on other people's buildings and they paid him for that, right? Like, now, yeah, he's over in Germany and doing this. He is pushing export because no one else will. But it has to do this through Canada and then through here and whatever. But okay, I can't imagine
Who was the original?
with the United States that has produced X amount of cannabis at this amount of value, they've estimated it from the black market, doesn't see that if we don't like get in on that opportunity, other countries are. And ultimately, the truth is we lose anyway in that game because just like why they don't make things here because it costs too much money. And when you
Who's
get
the
down to
original
like
breeder?
how much it costs to make tonnage of weed to extract fucking things for the conglomerates to make products with, it's going to be about that in the United States. Even if we use acres of cornfields and whatever, the cost to produce it here
It's
is
gonna be
going to
nothing.
is too much. Colombia, all these countries, just like with our food, and Mexico taking avocados and other things, because they can do it less money there. Here, we priced ourselves out long ago. Even the industries in ag that still are pretty going, they all rely on massive amounts of illegal workers to manage their business, whether it's the egg farms, the slaughterhouses, the ag, right? And then, like, we don't even acknowledge that. Somehow there are
Not
all
down
these
here.
villains, and we're going to close the border, and these people are raping, all that. Wait a minute. Like, like, they've already done things where they try to take people, all these different people, and take them and put them to work doing these labor jobs. None of the people lasted a month, dude. No way, right? Americans aren't going to do those jobs, no matter how bad things are, right? So, okay, you need to legitimize that at some level, because like even my experience with it, and the strawberry pickers, they're from a different part of Mexico than the avocado pickers. Dude, if you went to the market on payday, they're all lined up sending about every fucking penny back to their family. And as soon as the boss said, all right, we're done for this year, they went home. with their money. That was them. Oh, there's a few that fucking, break that mold, but no, the majority of them, that was their life. Like, they're not like a lot of them that do the work, they're not trying to be here. They're just trying to get money to be there. That's the thing, right? Like, it's like a huge part of Mexico's GDP or whatever, remittance, they call it. All the money that people from basically legal workers of fucking here and everywhere else send home, because that's what they do. The market like has whatever. It's not Western Union. It's like this. It's a Spanish name. It's the one they use. Yeah, they'd be lined up. Boom, 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 sending money home every day. Most of it, like, they just lived on nothing for the months they were here. And like, okay, so that's bad. Like, I knew those people. Like, they were good. They were bad people, and they were just a product of a fucking system, right? Like I always wondered, because sometimes they do these things where they don't do it much anymore, but U.S. Bird or whatever would like raid places and take them all into custody, and things would go back to normal the next day with something, but because never once did they hold the employer responsible in any way with a fine, even though they knew they hired them. And so if you ever were really going to do anything about it, it wouldn't be taking those people into custody and disrupting it. It would be penalizing big companies and operations that are way big and legit, that have a system that utilize that and knowingly know that those people are bad. And they just get to like get new ones the next day. Their only inconvenience is they might lose a shift or two. They never get like, oh, you're penalized. You got a case. If you did that, you'd see how fast that would change, right? But they never wanted it to change because, I look at it as like, oh, we went from slavery, our dirty little secret for whatever years, and we got rid of that. We went to immigrant workers. That's when that all started, right? And it's our dirty little secret, because on one side they're like, oh, shut the border and get them fucking these people. We are so dependent on them for our fucking shit labor, right? And we don't even acknowledge that, like on a real. Oh, we're going to deport 16 million people. Okay, then what's going to happen to all these major fucking things like the San Joaquin Valley? It's all over our country. Like, all the egg farms are run by no one in there else would go into the fucking egg things, mile long things with that stand. It's so foul. They dress them up in these things, and it's still foul. No American's going to do that job. Not even for fucking $50 an hour. Maybe $50 an hour, but these people want to pay like below. Like, that's part of it. Not that below, but not all the taxes, bureaucracy, and all that. They want to, because ultimately, Mexicans aren't stupid. If you want them to work, you have to incentivize them, and then they fucking get it done. But if you try to like strong arm them, then you'll be like, holy shit, they hardly get anything done. Like, they cooperate like that. I've seen it, right? But if you like incentivize them, you never see anything like it.
I actually know a
I've
guy
never seen anybody
that
working hard. Like a crew of them when they're fucking like that. I'm like, holy shit. No, there's like, not that big. Like, it's like a thing. It's team, and they fucking just get it done. But there's also times when it's like, oh, you are in that stalemate with them. Because they don't know how to communicate, but when they're not being done right, that's what they do.
well, I've had a friend that's got a construction company, and a lot of his workers, he goes out and buys them lunch and brings them lunch to the work site.
Yeah, I mean,
because they
bottom.
know if they go out for lunch, they're going to take an hour or two to come back.
Well, like my brothers cater for movies, and the reason that they feed the crews, like spend all this money and all that, is because through the union rules, if you feed them there, the lunch break is this long. If you release them to go get their own lunch or whatever, oh, it's just long, real long time, right? Like 2 hours, where the other one is less than an hour, right? Well, movies are on a big
Exactly.
schedule, so oh, it's worth spending all this fucking money, like huge amount of money, to feed all these people because oh, they stay the continuity down. If you had to release them, the app would break the continuity and this and that. So and they spend so much money. They have the best food. Oh, and a lot of times it's multiple. Like there's union rules, like oh, after so many hours, oh, it's another meal. So a lot of times, my brother's company and him is okay. We're on this set and we're doing this meal. 9 times out of 10, or most of the time, it gets called over because oh, somewhere in the deal they're going to go late into overtime. That means there's another meal. And even though they're only going to work of whatever hours, oh, if they cross this point, oh, they can just go. Oh, those penalties are bigger than fucking anything. And there's all these union things that basically has made it that most things aren't even union anymore, and they're not even shot in California because we're union. They go to all these other states because it's too expensive. Mainly because they have all these. Oh, they all sounded good once upon a time, but um, yeah, like Teamsters. Like my brother's a Teamster because somehow the Teamsters are a part of like the entertainment unions, not the Actors Guild or this, that, but oh, all the truckers and this, the Teamsters are got their paws in. And yeah, they've negotiated good. Like there's
What is
golden
typically
time. Like, oh, so that would probably mean that you don't get 8 hours off between next day. When then you come back at whatever overtime, like you go to golden time, which is like think it's like triple, but then you can go multiple days that way because you didn't get 8 hours off. You know, like by the time you got off and had to be back, it was only 7 hours. Oh, you stay on your thing. Well, that's a good one. That's gravy. Like everyone cooperates to like kind of make that happen. But all that's what priced them out of it, right? Because like there's these right to work states and these towns and around the country that got all the right stuff to lure the movie people there, and they don't have to do all that shit. Union and pay scale is different. You can hire people. A lot of these jobs, like, oh, this guy only pushes the fucking broom, and he gets paid like that. There's this whole hierarchy of stuff. Costs a lot of money to make a union movie or a TV show. When I grew up in Southern California, you drive around, there'd be shooting here, there, and everywhere. No, that they cost too much to get. They don't shoot here. They shoot other places, other states, and all the strikes and all that. They like, yep, and they still asking for more. The unions. That's why they keep going on strike. Shutting everybody down because the Teamsters will back like, oh, if the directors have a problem, then the Teamsters and they shut the whole everything down. If one of the guilds, they all stand together.
Well, I think I gotta hit the sack pretty soon. I don't see J5 and Agnes hopping on here.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late for me too. I'm not a West Coaster. Oh, Bud left.
What do you make you a co-host or something?
I
Or
don't know.
Fumi's still logged in.
Jimmy's still logged in.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I'll see everyone tomorrow, perhaps.
Take care.
Yep, you too.
Well, I don't know what's going on, people, but I guess this is the end of the show. We have a noon safety meeting Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Hope you can all join us. And we'll catch you then. Later.